Make way for Mr. Speaker.
I invite member for Surrey South to lead the House in prayer or reflection.
Thank you, Speaker. The passage I'm going to read today was provided to me by Rabbi Jonathan Infeld of Congregation Beth Israel in Vancouver. It comes from Isaiah chapter 1, verse 17. Learn to do good. Devote yourselves to justice. Aid the wronged. Uphold the rights of the orphan. Defend the cause of the widow. Thank you.
Questions by members. Member for Fraser Nicola, sorry, not Fraser Nicola, Paul River Sunshine Coast.
Speaker, I've been to Fraser Nicola, but appreciate this opportunity. I'd like to welcome writer, director, and playwright Peter Duchesne to the Legislature today. Many young classical enthusiasts might have Peter to thank for introducing them to music. He's the co-founder of Platypus Theatre, a company which collaborates with symphony orchestras not just across Canada and the United States, but around the world. He's provided entertainment and learning experiences for over 700,000 children. And I'd just like to also point out he's my cousin, and I'd like to welcome him here today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for...
I'll just continue.
Okay.
I don't, Mr. Speaker, I'll probably get in a little bit of trouble. He's sitting with my partner of 22 years. As of last week, 22 years, Slim Milky. Thank you.
Member for Burnaby North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce 4 incredible young women in the gallery today who are part of the Indigenous Youth Internship Program within the Government of British Columbia. They are Ashley Andrew Lambert, Ariana Johnstone, Nicole Jules, and Zoe Mathias. They are accompanied by the program coordinator, Gwen Leahy. These incredible young women are being hosted at the Legislative Assembly on a one-day twinning program by our British Columbia branch of the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians. And while the group is here, they have an opportunity to spend time with women MLAs to learn about our role and life as women parliamentarians. Please join me in giving them a very warm welcome.
Member for Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. For over a decade, Barinder Buller patrolled these halls. He worked in the West Wing, he worked in the East Wing, he worked in the basement. Who knows, maybe one day he'll work in this room in the building. He started here, I'm told, the same day as the member for Surrey White Rock. He made a huge contribution during his time here and to the government that he was working with. He's here today. He's brought some guests with him. Mr. Ricky Brar is Chairman and CEO of Brains Bioceutical Corp. Mr. Harry Parmar and Miss Liz Stevenson. I know the House will make all of these guests very welcome.
Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I have two introductions, and I will deal with both introductions separately, and you will understand why when I do. The first one is to introduce a remarkable young man to the Legislature, who is, in my view, probably the best mayor in all of Canada and indeed all of British Columbia. I think he's got a remarkable job as mayor. I hope at some point he follows in my footsteps and takes over when I decide to retire, which is just not yet. And that is the Mayor of Port Coquitlam, Brad West. Would the House please make him welcome? The second introduction, Honourable Speaker, is really special. We've been together 35 years. And he doesn't come over here very often, because as he says, he has better things to do. But he is one of those people that we all depend on, whose love and support makes us able to do this job. And I don't often tell him this, but he really is special. So I want the House to welcome my partner, Doug Verzinger, but also on behalf of my caucus, to thank him, because yesterday when I phoned home, I said, look, I've had a request from my colleagues, because he's an amazing cook. They said, is he bringing treats over? And at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when you phone your partner and say, oh, by the way, could you put something together? That's not exactly the brightest thing to do, right? And I got it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm coming over to Victoria tomorrow, and you asked me to bake stuff? Well, he did, and brought cookies for our caucus. So would the House please make Doug Verzinger very welcome.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure why I'm clapping unless we're getting some of those baked goods over on our side too, Doug. So see what you can do there, Doug. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to introduce some prominent members of the Chinese-Canadian community that have joined us here today. I had a very enjoyable lunch with them, and I'd like to make them feel welcome. They're all in the gallery today. Could the House join me in welcoming Ryan Zhang, Alan Tian, Vicky Zhang, Lauren Liu, Jeffrey Liu, Jian Liu, Jenna Liu, Davis Zhu, Mandy Tang, Chantel Huang, Gordon Zhang, and Sophie Fang. Could the House please help make them all welcome?
Minister of Jobs and Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I am joined online by some people I would like to recognize in this House. On International Women's Day, Business in Vancouver held its 24th annual Women of Influence Awards. This year, 6 exceptional women leaders were recognized. They are Patty Glass, VP at Grosvenor, Carol Lee, Chair of Vancouver Chinatown Foundation, Shelley Gray, CEO at Skilled Trades BC, Linda Lupini, VP at Copperleaf Technologies, Kathy McKay, COO, EDI Environmental Dynamics, Kathy Thorpe, CEO at Nurse Next Door. All 6 of these women are inspirational leaders. 2 of them I'm blessed to call dear friends. Would the House please join me in congratulating the 2024 Business in Vancouver Influential Women in Business.
Minister of Energy and Mines.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Joining us in the gallery today from EDF Renewables are Corey Basil, Senior Vice President, John Olson, Manager of Project Development, and David Thornton, Director of Regulatory and Public Affairs. EDF Renewables has one of the largest renewable energy portfolios and the second largest project pipeline in the continent. They're active in every market across North America. EDF has a history of innovation and a deep experience developing and operating renewable energy assets. So please, would the House join me in giving them a very warm welcome.
Member for Langford, Wandifuka.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to welcome in the House, I understand for the first time, Mary Wagner, a councillor from the city of Langford. She is born and raised in Langford, has raised her family there, and is got a PhD in biochemistry as well. It's her first term. I know she's learning a lot, and I'm sure it'll be a lot entertaining. Maybe not as entertaining as a council meeting, but nevertheless, would the House please join me in making her feel very welcome here today.
Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have three guests in the gallery that I'd like members here to warmly welcome. Sonia Grandel and Brent Frayne are former constituents of mine. They are present advocates, and Brent is host of PWD Allies podcast. Also, I want to echo the welcome from my colleague from Burnaby North, particular welcome to Nicole Jules, one of the Indigenous interns who's here in the gallery now. She's from Chwetnak Nation. She lives in Adams River, and she's going to be a doctor. Right now, she's interning with public health, and Dr. Bonnie Henry is her mentor. This woman is bound for success. Please, warm welcome. Thank you.
Member for Sushwap.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I am very proud today to introduce a dear friend of mine, Louis Thomas, a former councillor with the Sconlis First Nation. Louis is a knowledge sharer, as he explains it, not a knowledge keeper, but a knowledge sharer. Louis is extremely well known throughout the Shuswap region. He's a very dear friend of mine, does a lot of great work around sharing his knowledge of traditional Secwepemc culture, as well as the language. Would my friends here in the House please welcome Louis Thomas to this House.
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I have the honour to present a message from Her Honour the Lieutenant Governor.
Her Honour the Lieutenant Governor transmits here with Bill number 11, entitled Vancouver Charter Amendment Act 2024, and recommends the same to the Legislative Assembly. Minister.
I move that the bill be introduced and read a first time now. I am pleased to introduce Bill 11. This bill amends the Vancouver Charter. The purpose of Bill 11 is to recognize First Nations as a level of government that qualify for the exemption from the City of Vancouver's Development Cost Levy and Amenity Cost Charge for social housing projects built on First Nation-owned land, a change that supports reconciliation. This amendment will exempt First Nations and First Nation corporations from the City of Vancouver's Development Cost Levy and Amenity Cost Charge for social housing projects alongside the current exemption categories. These are the federal and provincial governments, the City of Vancouver, and nonprofit organizations. I would like to note that development cost levies and amenity cost charges do not apply on reserved lands within the City of Vancouver. This proposal relates specifically to privately held land owned by First Nations. Honourable Speaker, as the Minister for Municipal Affairs, I am pleased to table these amendments which respond to specific legislative requests from the City of Vancouver.
Members, the question is first reading of the bill. All those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Minister.
Honourable Speaker, I move that the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
You have heard the question. All those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Statements by members.
Member for North Coast.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I wanted to join the chorus of praise for a group of special high school students from my riding of North Coast Haida Gwaii. They are the Gidgalang Koyas Nai Breakers from Haida Gwaii who made history by making it to the finals of the Single A provincial basketball tournament in Langley just a few days ago. They fought a close battle with Unity Christian School and truly exemplified what basketball means to the tight-knit island communities of Haida Gwaii, and by coming second in all of BC. Now, students from all backgrounds came together and showed us that with hard work and cooperation, achieving big things is possible. But it was not only the way they played basketball that caught the eye of the rest of the province, it's the way they carried themselves as representatives of our region, how they demonstrated true passion, leadership, and the love of their teammates and community. How they sang the national anthem of the Haida Nation and shared a small piece of what it means to be from Haida Gwaii. A truly inspiring journey that will pave the way for future teams, not only from Haida Gwaii, but from rural communities across the province. Haida Gwaii has long punched above its weight in so many ways, and basketball is no exception to that rule. And thanks to the sage advice of Coach Desi Collison, himself a decorated basketball for the Paskittigat Saints, and countless other coaches, volunteers, parents, and teachers, it really should come as no surprise how far the Breakers made it in the tournament. They also took Best Defensive Player of the Game, and 2 first-round All-Stars for the Single A Basketball Championship. The Breakers, congratulations on making it to the finals, and thank you so much for inspiring us and bringing us along your journey. The impact of this historic accomplishment will be felt long into the future, and I know you and future players will keep this legacy alive. Hawa.
Member for Prince George, Wheelmount.
Well, it's been called the Cinderella story of the Canada West men's basketball playoffs. The national tournament took place in Winnipeg, and the UNBC Timberwolves men's basketball team made history. Ranked 12th in the tournament, they eliminated number 5 ranked UBC Thunderbirds, then the number 4 ranked Manitoba Bisons, and while they lost 80-68 in the semifinal to the top ranked Victoria Vikings, they went on to play the 2nd ranked Calgary Dinos in the bronze medal matchup. From tournament underdog, the Timberwolves became the team everyone was talking about when they capped off their success by defeating the Dinos and bringing home a bronze medal. This was UNBC's first ever Canada West medal in any sport since the school became a U Sports member in 2012. No one expected them to be there, and certainly not to take home a medal, but they did it. In the words of Coach Todd Jordan, obviously the guys played at a really high level, and we felt the support from back home and got on a roll. It's a big moment for our program, and hopefully it's the start, not the end. To top off an incredible playoff run, a UNBC player was named Canada West Player of the Week. Justin Sunga earned the honor after recording 13 points and 9 assists per game throughout the championship. When the team arrived home, excited Timberwolves supporters were there at the airport to greet them. What an incredible accomplishment, bringing home a historic bronze medal after playing 4 opponents ranked in the top 7 in Canada in 5 days. Congratulations to every member of the Timberwolves team, the dedicated and hardworking coaching staff, and all of the people who worked so hard and believed that not only could we compete at the national level, we could be among the best in the country. A Cinderella story indeed.
Member for Maple Ridge Mission.
Oh, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Recognizing businesses, nonprofits, and individuals contributing to our community is so important. So often the huge efforts made to provide goods, services, or to help those less fortunate is simply not recognized. This kind of affirmation is a great way to encourage continued efforts towards success, innovation, and to enhance our society. The Mission Regional and Ridge Meadows Chambers of Commerce both present annual Business Excellence Awards to celebrate and honor these achievements. I was very pleased to attend both of these events this year and wish to share this statement with the Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Post-Secondary Education and Future Skills. This year, the Mission Chamber of Commerce presented awards to What's On Community Magazine, Sarah for Women, Heritage Park Pharmacy, Mission Association for Community Living, Mission Hospice Society, Samantha J. of Soak Wax Bar, XAF Beauty, Meridian Meats and Meridian Farm Market, and Greg Alford of the social enterprise called The Penny for their well-deserved recognition. Their commitment to community excellence and innovation serves as an inspiration to all of us. And thanks to Marianne Bosman and her team for producing a wonderful event. The Ridge Meadows Chamber of Commerce Business Excellence Awards were presented at the Albion Community Center, where Christy Mayer and her amazing staff created a magical environment for all of us. Winners included Oak and Ivory Collective, Bruce's Pet and Farm Store, Climate Hub, Maple Ridge Community Foundation, Kim Dumore, and Frank So from E1 Molly. These Maple Ridge and Pitt Meadows Awards winners play a pivotal role in shaping our culture, economy, and the social fabric of our region, fostering connections and driving progress. Through these celebrations, we affirm our support for local initiatives promoting a vibrant and sustainable community where businesses thrive, nonprofits flourish, and leaders inspire. Let's continue to celebrate and uplift these folks who make Mission, Maple Ridge, and Pitt Meadows places that we can all call proud to call home. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Member for West Vancouver, C2 Sky.
Imagine for a moment that you are driving the Sea to Sky Highway. It's blowing and it's cold, mixed rain and snow. You round a corner and without warning, in front of you are a herd of 60 horses stretched right across the highway. Even as you hit the brakes, you smash into them. Horses go down, bones crunch. A younger horse slams into your hood and slides off to the side before it comes through your windshield. Your vehicle tumbles off the road and comes to a rest upside down in the ditch, which, fortunately, is not full of water. Mr. Speaker, this scenario happened right outside my farm this past fall. I pulled onto the driveway early in the morning and immediately saw the red and blue lights of the RCMP eerily illuminating dead horses, guts, bones, and blood spread across the highway. We learned later that 2 other horses had wandered off to die alone. A dozen horses have been killed, Mr. Speaker, in the last year or so, and many more over the last decade. And Mr. Speaker, you ask, how can this happen? Well, that's a great question, Mr. Speaker. This area is not open range, not a designated livestock district, not a pound district, and yet livestock are left to roam, a situation unacceptable elsewhere in the province. With the Fraser Valley, Vancouver Island, the Kootenays, or the Caribou tolerate such hazards on their numbered highways? I think not. So why is this chronic issue on Highway 99 in the Pemberton Valley ignored? Dozens of horses killed, vehicles damaged, people hurt, yet despite the risks to both animals and human life, expressions of concern are put forward and then the responsibility is deflected. Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Forests, Solicitor General, RCMP, Ministry of Transportation, and the SPCA all decline to take on the responsibility. Even a simple request to reduce the speed limit from 80 to 60 kilometers an hour has so far been refused. Meanwhile, damage to the public and private property continues. Horses die, people will, and the government does not act, Mr. Speaker. It is unacceptable.
Member for Nelson Creston.
Thank you, Speaker. With spring break around the corner, many people are packing up and getting ready to explore our beautiful province. I am grateful that our Premier appointed me as Parliamentary Secretary for Tourism, specifically focused on rural tourism. Tourism is one of BC's greatest economic drivers. It contributes $7.2 billion to our GDP, more than any individual resource industry. Great places to visit are also great places to live. And as the MLA for Nelson Creston, I am compelled to tell you about just a few of the fantastic ways to enjoy yourself in the Kootenays. Whether you're an adventure-seeking adrenaline junkie, cultural explorer, or looking to simply relax and unwind, the Kootenays really has it all. First, I would like to thank all of the small business owners, nonprofits, and their staff who go the extra mile to provide visitors with a truly unique Kootenay experience. Let's start our quick trip around the Kootenays in the Creston Valley, which is the traditional territory of the Yakanuki people who are deeply connected to the lands and waters of the Creston Valley and far beyond. Savor the unique flavors of the valley and support our community's dedicated growers and producers by indulging at the farm stand, farmers market, dairies, butchers, wineries, distilleries, or restaurants brimming with locally sourced ingredients. On the east shore of Kootenay Lake, explore the Artisans of Crawford Bay, featuring independently owned workshops within walking distance, selling locally made woven brooms, beautiful hand-woven textiles, forged iron, pottery, and more. Across the Kootenay Lake, unwind at the Ainsworth Hot Springs, owned by the Tanaha, and if the healing water's having you a little too relaxed, take a dip in the plunge pool before heading into the caves. Hike the mountains surrounding Caslow, where Jumbo is now wild forever. In Selmo, if you like baby animals, visit Forest Farms, BC's smallest dairy. And Nelson, but alas, I have ran out of time. So no matter what initially draws you to the Kootenays, a festival, the sick powder, a healing retreat, or just the vibes, you are sure to wish you had just a little more time to soak it all in. Please remember to tip your guides and servers generously. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Member for Peace River South.
On April 5th and 6th, the Dawson Creek Sportsman Club will be holding their annual gun and sportsman show at the Ovintiv Centre in Dawson Creek, and we're so lucky to have Coeur d'Alene Sporting Goods front and center like we do every single year. Situated in the heart of Dawson Creek, Coeur d'Alene's is there to support outdoor enthusiasts and sportsmen alike. Coeur d'Alene's has grown into a trusted name within our local community and beyond, with people traveling from all over northern British Columbia and Alberta to support this family-owned business that's been in operation over 55 years, that prides itself on offering a wide range of products from firearms, hunting equipment, camping gear, outdoor clothing, catering to the diverse needs of adventurers, sport lovers, and the amazing hunting opportunities we have in my area. What sets Coeur d'Alene's apart is not just its extensive inventory, but also its dedication to customer service. Their knowledgeable staff go above and beyond to ensure customers find exactly what they need, whether they're seasoned hunters or individuals preparing for their first ever hunting trip. Moreover, Coeur d'Alene's Sporting Goods is renowned for its custom rifle shop, which specializes in high precision firearms tailored to the specific needs of shooting enthusiasts. This commitment that they have to quality and customization has garnered Coeur d'Alene's a loyal clientele base and reputation for excellence. They have an incredible in-house shop as well, and I was lucky enough to take a few of my older rifles there where they were able to custom build new stocks and handguards and get them operational again. Coeur d'Alene Sporting Goods embodies the spirit of adventure that defines Dawson Creek and now even into Prince George, where they've expanded. They are an incredible operation that I'm proud to have in my region. So come to our annual gun show on April 5th and 6th. Come meet groups like Coeur d'Alene's and others showcasing their products. And I'm proud to be supporting Coeur d'Alene's Sporting Goods and all of our Dawson Creek sportsmen who once again will be putting on an amazing gun show. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the NDP government's and this Premier's reckless experiment to decriminalize heroin, methamphetamine, cocaine, fentanyl, coupled with their further experiment to flood communities with highly addictive so-called safe supply drugs, has utterly failed. It has made our communities and streets unsafe, it has made addictions worse, and has led to the highest number of overdose deaths ever in the history of British Columbia. Recent notable police seizures have uncovered thousands of highly addictive, dangerous government drugs that are being diverted from the NDP's so-called safe supply and funneled directly into our streets and schools. So my question to the Premier, when will the Premier end his failed program of highly addictive, taxpayer-supplied drugs and this reckless decriminalization program?
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and happy to respond to the member's question here. We, of course, have canvassed this question quite thoroughly in budget estimates, and again, I will note that just to provide the context for the way in which this program evolved, it was as a response to what is an unprecedented crisis that not only our province is experiencing, but every other jurisdiction across the country, right across the United States, across our continent. We have a crisis that is brought by fentanyl poisoning the illicit drug supply. That is what our Prescribed Alternatives program attempts to provide one tool to try to address, to separate people from the toxic drug supply. And the early evidence from people's access to this program, in fact, is showing a reduction in mortality. We are very concerned, of course, we share the concern around ensuring that this program is managed appropriately, that it's meeting its stated objectives, and that we address any unintended impacts of how this program's operating, and that's why we've taken action to do that, Honourable Speaker. We have put in place provisions with health authorities, with frontline providers, through our guidelines to mitigate and reduce the risk of diversion of medications that are available under this program. We will continue to do that important work with our partners, including our law enforcement partners with whom we work regularly.
Leader of the Official Opposition, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's evident to the entire public that, of course, this is a crisis. The problem is the results we're getting are clearly not working. That's why on this side of the House, we've said the focus needs to be on treatment and recovery from addiction. That has to be the priority of all governments. But this NDP government and this Premier stubbornly refuse to face the reality that this reckless so-called safe supply of highly addictive drugs, coupled with the NDP's decriminalization disaster, have only fueled an already bad situation. Police are sounding the alarm, public patience is running out, and thousands of highly addictive, taxpayer-funded drugs are being diverted into our neighborhoods and our children's schools. Whether it's SkyTrain or coffee shops or playgrounds, nowhere feels safe anymore. And this NDP government have modeled this reckless program on the decriminalization experiment that took place in Oregon, where they have looked in horror at the utter failure of this decriminalization experiment and thankfully are backpedaling to get away from the huge mistake they made. So my question to the minister is, how many more police notable drug seizures do we have to see? How many more lost lives do we have to see before government will admit their failure of this reckless decriminalization program and get back to treating people who are trying to fight their addictions?
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. And one thing that this House, that all parties agreed to in this House, with the exception of the Conservatives, who didn't exist at the time that the Health Standing Committee was struck and met for several months over the course of 2022 to investigate, to look at what could we do collectively to combat the toxic drug crisis. And everybody in this House agreed. The other side agreed, we agreed, the Greens agreed, everyone agreed that we needed to do everything that we could. We needed to use every tool in our toolbox to try to keep people alive so that we can connect them to care. That was agreed to by everyone. Safer supply was agreed to by everyone. Decrim was agreed to by everyone. All of the provisions, all of the recommendations. It was a unanimous report. Everyone agreed until, Honourable Speaker, we had the emergence of the Conservative Party, who took a different view, and then we started to see the opposition walk back on their view. I will say we all agree that we need treatment. We all agree that every path should be about supporting people. Has to be about supporting people on wellness, supporting people to recover. That's why we just announced the opening of 180 beds, 180 beds, which is the size of Langley Memorial Hospital. That's why we announced 28 youth shelter beds that will also provide treatment down at Covenant House. That's why we've just announced a $117 million investment to support the treatment and recovery sector, Honourable Speaker. We are all about providing treatment and support to British Columbians.
Thank you. Leader of the Official Opposition, second supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and well, good try, Minister. But the fact of the matter is what that all-party committee said was, for goodness sakes, don't go ahead with this reckless experiment unless you're going to have guardrails in place, unless you're going to keep data in place. But no, they had to charge ahead without any of those guardrails, without any of the data that the federal government asked them to collect so that we could determine whether this is actually working. And the bottom line is it has been a total failure. And that's why in communities like Chinatown, they continue to suffer from the rampant open drug use, the social chaos, and the unchecked crime which is caused by the policies of this soft-on-crime NDP government. Just yesterday, prolific offender Larry Carlston was caught defacing Chinatown with racist graffiti and faced absolutely no consequences, as incredibly the hate crime charges were unbelievably dropped by Crown prosecutors. Chinatown Business Improvement Association President Jordan Ang said it best, and I quote, "After what this community has gone through over the last couple of years, the hate crimes, the graffiti, the attacks against Chinese seniors, this isn't a just punishment." End of quote. So my question to the minister, how much more do communities like Chinatown have to suffer before this soft-on-crime NDP government, with their lawlessness and their reckless experiment with decriminalization of dangerous drugs, have to continue punishing that community and other communities right across the province?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am a Vancouver MLA. My riding borders Chinatown. It's my community. It's a beautiful part of my community, Chinatown. It's something that we not only value, but we're actively investing in. We have put money into the first ever Chinese-Canadian museum in that community. We are making sure that community is not only celebrated, but their stories are collected for all time. Mr. Speaker, we have a very proud history of working with the Chinese community and Chinatown, and we'll continue to do that work. Thank you.
Member for Surrey South.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The problem is with some of the street disorder and chaos we're seeing in places like Chinatown, people are too scared to go to museums. In fact, I think that there was an attack downtown on a Crown prosecutor that made even Crown prosecutors afraid to go to their own workplace. The reality is that this is a taxpayer-funded drug crisis and a public safety emergency, Mr. Speaker. RCMP officers in Prince George say so-called safe supply and decriminalization are to blame for rise in violent gang crimes. Quote, "We've noticed an increase in a lot of drug trafficking to support the open drug use, and a lot of changes over the last 1 to 1.5 years," end quote. But while this government-funded drugs supply floods our streets, the Premier is busy denying there's even a problem. As this crisis deepens and spreads, when will the Premier acknowledge the dire consequences of his policies and stop the flow of highly addictive taxpayer-funded drugs?
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And just to put this in context, we have in British Columbia about 101,000 people who are thought to have a diagnosis of opioid use disorder. We have, fewer than about 4,500 individuals who at any time are accessing the pharmaceutical alternatives program. It's a very, very small amount of people who are accessing this program, and accessing a very small percentage of total sort of medications that are prescribed for pain. If we're talking about Dilaudid, for example, 86% of the Dilaudid prescribed in the province is in fact prescribed for people with cancer, for seniors dealing with arthritis, for people who are being discharged from hospital. So I want to reiterate that, Honourable Speaker, that this is one tool that we have, an important tool in our toolbox, and it is a tool that in fact this House agreed was an important program to continue to provide, that the other side agreed in the Health Standing Committee that this was a valuable tool. We all agreed. We are committed to continue to provide this program and to provide it in a way that supports the prescribers, that supports people in working with all of our partners. We are absolutely committed to doing the work to make sure that this program is provided in an appropriate way. Thank you.
Members. Member Nat, let's not interrupt others when they're talking, please. Floor is for Surrey South.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. As we heard in that last answer from the Minister, talking about a small amount of people. We heard from another Minister talk about it's not widespread. This is just this government continually trying to minimize a problem. Yes. A problem that's causing population-level damage in British Columbia. So how widespread, I must ask, must it get before it deserves this Premier's attention? Absolutely. And it's not just, there is no shortage of ways that this Premier allows taxpayer-funded drugs. We've seen not just one, not two, but 4 reported seizures of taxpayer-funded, government-provided drugs across this province now. And under the NDP, drug dealers aren't just getting taxpayer-funded drugs from this government, they're getting taxpayer-funded hotel rooms too. The RCMP in Prince George say that at the Knights Inn, leased by BC Housing, half of the rooms in the building were being used to deal drugs. When will the Premier admit this is a failure and end his reckless experiment with highly addictive, taxpayer-funded drugs and decriminalization?
Minister.
Honourable Speaker, what our government will not minimize is the impact of the toxic drug crisis on British Columbians. We will not minimize the 2,539 lives that were lost last year, the devastating impact and the toll that it takes on families and communities, and the need that we have, not only in British Columbia, but across the country, to find solutions, to work together in community to find solutions. Honourable Speaker, we are not the only province experiencing this devastation. Members. Next door in Alberta, they have seen a 25% increase in mortality. In Saskatchewan, a 30% increase in mortality associated with this public health emergency. We have to continue to treat this problem as a public health emergency and provide people with the access to the care and support that they need, and that includes this program.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Yesterday I asked about continued logging of BC's increasingly rare old-growth forests. Today let's look at where some of these old-growth trees are ending up. The UK company Drax says its wood pellets are, quote, sustainable and legally harvested. However, documents from the Ministry of Forests show that Drax continues to source whole logs from BC's old-growth forests, more than 40,000 tonnes in 2023 to be exact. One example is cut block EM807M outside of Prince George. It was classified as a priority deferral area by the Technical Advisory Panel, and yet somehow Drax received 130 truckloads of whole logs from this site. The old growth was then turned into pellets, shipped overseas, and burned. Truly, nothing could be worse for the climate than this. Because of the ministry's policies, old growth and primary forests in BC remain at risk, and somehow Drax is getting access to BC's primary forests and ancient trees. My question is to the Minister of Forests. Will he use his powers to prohibit the logging of old growth for wood pellets?
Minister of Forests.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. More harvest residue and fire damaged wood is being used for economic purposes, such as wood pellets, and there is market demand for wood pellets for cleaner energy sources, and it spans BC's exports as well. But there is, I think, a bit of a misconception here. Not all harvested logs are suitable for sawmills. Some are too small and have been badly damaged by insects or wildfire. Some pellet mills use a small number of damaged, small, or low-quality logs, but that was less than 1% of the total provincial harvest over the last 5 years, leading up to 2001. And in fact, it would not be economic for any pellet company to use quality logs to produce pellets. In 2022, pellet mills paid up to $35 a cubic meter for fibers sourced from residual harvesting piles, or sometimes called slash. An interior saw log was valued at about $132 a cubic meter at a lumber facility, and pulp logs are valued at $53 per cubic meter. To get the most revenue for each grade of log, these logs would be sold or traded to mills willing to pay a higher price.
Leader of the third party supplemental.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The Minister skirted right around my question, just the way his ministry is skirting around the deferrals that were put in place by the Technical Advisory Panel's report. This province continues to operate as a resource colony, exporting raw materials. We're a company town. They hand our irreplaceable forests to the highest bidder, often multinational companies that take the profit and run, leaving forestry-dependent communities in the dust. As a result, BC forestry industry is in a state of crisis. Yesterday, BC's 3 main forestry unions raised the alarm. They called out the inadequacy of this government's response, which has been to announce small ad hoc assistance programs delivered with little attention to the need for an overall strategy to sustain the industry. Experts and advocates have been clear on what's needed. Why has the province failed to listen? My question is to the Minister of Forests. We need value-added manufacturing for BC's forests, not more wood pellets and shuttered mills. Why are our primary forests being cut down and turned into wood pellets when this government promised a paradigm shift and a value-added forestry industry?
Minister of Forests.
Thank you very much to the member for the question. Yesterday, there indeed was a forest summit hosted by 3 forest unions. The Premier spoke there, I spoke there, and the Minister for Sustainable Forest Innovation also spoke there. They've produced a report which offers some, I think, very real solutions. They are solutions-oriented. We will study that report and follow up. But let me say that in dealing particularly with value-added, we have initiated a new program that will give special access to Crown timber to value-added companies, and to them alone. Others will be not permitted to bid on that timber. And the value-added program is expanded. It's been well received by the value-added sector, and indeed it will generate the kind of jobs of value-added products that are destined for use in British Columbia and North America and for export overseas. And we think that's a very valuable addition to the forest industry in British Columbia.
Thank you. House Leader of the Fourth Party.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our NDP Premier admits that BC has an anti-Semitism problem. However, it is this Premier who allowed anti-Semitism to spread unchecked in his caucus, his Premier's office, and his BC NDP party. If the Premier is looking for a cause of anti-Semitism, he ought to go look in the mirror. During his tenure as Attorney General, this Premier allowed Victoria, BC's extreme imam, Yumas Kathrada, to announce death threats to Jewish people from the pulpit of his Victoria Mosque for the last 6 years. This Premier's inaction spoke loud and clear. Another video was released just yesterday, Mr. Speaker. Kathrada calling Jews apes and pigs, vermin, and praying for their annihilation to his over 25,000 followers on Facebook. Mr. Speaker, enough's enough. Question to the Attorney General of British Columbia. Will this NDP government support police to bring charges of hate crimes against Yumas Kathrada and appoint a special prosecutor for anti-Semitism? Yes or no?
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for the question. Of course, we condemn hateful comments and anti-Semitic comments by people everywhere in this province. And of course, as Attorney General, I will do what I can to make the systems ready to receive those reports and to take action on them. Mr. Speaker, I recently wrote, the BC Prosecution Service has updated their hate crime policy to specifically note anti-Semitism in there. I recently wrote to Minister Varani federally to speak specifically about changes to the criminal code that could help clarify that there's no defense of truth for denial of the Holocaust, which is pretty clear. We will make sure that all of our enforcement and decision makers in this matter have what they need to go after hate crime to the fullest extent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
House Leader, Fourth Party Supplemental.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would say for one of the former members of your caucus, it's too little too late. Will this Premier admit to his mistakes and apologize to the Jewish community and to all British Columbians for allowing anti-Semitism and hate to infiltrate his Premier's office, his caucus, and his NDP party?
Government House Leader.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. And we've canvassed this issue for the last few days. Every member of this chamber condemns anti-Semitism, condemns hate in any form, Honourable Speaker. We must work together to ensure that we're taking this on head on. Honourable Speaker, the Premier's actions have been clear. October 7th was horrific. Had a statement out on that day. Honourable Speaker, we know also that the days after, October 27th, in fact, a Premier statement was made in this House. Not only that, Honourable Speaker, November 15th, we launched the helpline, the crisis line. On November 28th, we announced additional security funding for communities that felt threatened. Honourable Speaker, February 16th, a new prosecution service policy was put in place so that we can prosecute hate crimes, Honourable Speaker. We take this very seriously, Honourable Speaker. We're going to continue to do that work with all partners that are feeling afraid, feeling attacked. We want to make sure British Columbia remains a place where people can come and feel safe.
Members, House Leader of Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the Premier has taken this issue of anti-Semitism so seriously, he hasn't bothered to actually focus on his own government, his own caucus, and his own party. Exactly. That's hardly taking this seriously. In fact, the Premier fired his former cabinet minister, a minister within his government, who was actually calling to attention anti-Semitism and rising anti-Semitism. At the same time, the Premier's hand-picked ADM for anti-racism has openly expressed anti-Semitic views. This double standard sends a chilling message that anti-Semitism is tolerated by this Premier within his government caucus and party. Now, Mr. Speaker, in our schools, Jewish students are facing horrific anti-Semitic abuse. One student says, and I quote, "Kids in my school shout things at me like, 'Hail Hitler' and 'Hamas for life,' end quote." In another incident, a student says, and I quote, "In my science class, my teacher said that Jews are genocidal murderers," end quote. That's in that's in a science class in a high school. This obviously demands an independent review. Will the Premier do the right thing and commit to fully investigating in an independent manner the rising anti-Semitism, not just within our schools, but also, again, within his government, within his caucus, and within his party?
Hear, hear. Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to be clear, along with all of my colleagues here today, that I'm sure we stand in solidarity on this. Every child deserves to feel safe and included in their school environment. Hateful comments like the ones noted are unacceptable and should be rooted out. I want to make it clear to everybody that if you are hearing or seeing something, please report it to your principal. There's also an online erase website where you can report anonymously if that's something that you don't feel comfortable coming forward with it. Our commitment is to make sure that all students feel safe in their schools so they can learn and thrive. And Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to do the work to make sure that that's possible.
House Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, what the public wants to see, what the Jewish community wants to see is action, not more empty words from this government. Shockingly, we're weeks into canvassing this in this House, and to this day, the Premier still will not even acknowledge the anti-Semitic history of the ADM that he handpicked to lead the anti-racism file within government. Now, I got to be straight up here, Mr. Speaker. When I'm back home and I'm answering questions about this, and I have people that come up to me and say, how is it possible that an ADM for anti-racism who holds anti-Semitic views that are publicly known, how is it possible that that person is in charge of that file and advising government? This cannot be true. My only response to them is, it is true, it's outrageous, and it's unbelievable that the Premier would allow this to happen. Now, while the Premier sets a double standard in firing the former senior minister, no action has been taken to address anti-Semitic slogans in our schools. In one case, an elementary class did an art project invoking, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." This references an explicit call by Hamas to murder all Jews by driving them into the sea. Jewish students and teachers do not feel safe. It's ridiculous for the Premier to believe it's appropriate to investigate himself. When is the Premier going to launch a fully independent investigation into his government and his caucus, schools, and the NDP party with respect to rampant anti-Semitism?
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The member is right that we have canvassed this issue. We take this very seriously. We take any form of hate very seriously, Honourable Speaker. That's why one of the first things we did when we formed government was bring back a Human Rights Commission. It's one of the first things that we did as a government. Why? Because we knew this independent body was needed to ensure that all forms of hate, all forms of discrimination get a spotlight on them. Why a government would get rid of that, I don't know, Honourable Speaker. But we felt it was important, especially given that we were the only jurisdiction in the country that didn't have that. We launched an anti-racism strategy, Honourable Speaker, to root out systemic racism within our communities. I personally traveled the province working on this issue. I can tell you that what we heard was the way you address these issues is by strengthening the fabric of our communities through education. That's why we have Holocaust education in our schools, Honourable Speaker. We know this is important work. We have to continue to do this work. We want to make sure British Columbia remains a safe place for everyone in British Columbia.
Member for Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. The challenge that people are having are reconciling the words with the actions. We have the compelling testimony in a heartfelt letter from a former senior member of that government saying she felt abandoned in calling for attention to a rising tide of anti-Semitism. We have the comment of an assistant deputy minister in charge of anti-racism that says precisely the opposite, conveys precisely the opposite of what this government says it intends to stand for. We have evidence of a government, when confronted by systemic racism in other circumstances, taking the steps that the public and we felt appropriate. But when it hits close to home, when the allegations are politically inconvenient or embarrassing, the government refuses to do the right thing. What we have not heard, despite all the rhetoric, despite all of the attempts to sidestep the issue, is why this government and this Premier won't take the logical step and order an independent inquiry into all of these incidents of racism, including the allegations that stem from the heart of the government itself, the cabinet and the caucus. Why won't this government and this Premier do the logical thing and order that independent inquiry?
Honourable Speaker, the member speaks about taking actions to address racism and hate. So since we formed government, that's what we've been doing. The member, I appreciate the members asking a question, but members should also explain why did they get rid of a Human Rights Commission, independent body that was there to address this issue throughout society? Because we have a tribunal, they said, Honourable Speaker. A clear misunderstanding of what the difference between a tribunal is and a Human Rights Commission.
Members, shh. Member, please. Let him answer. We can disagree with him if we want to, but let him answer. Let him complete, please.
Honourable Speaker, a Human Rights Commission, an independent, by the way, the only independent Human Rights Commission in all of North America. Honourable Speaker, an anti-racism strategy. We additional education around Holocaust in schools. Honourable Speaker, a helpline, additional security funding for communities that are feeling unsafe. Honourable Speaker, you know, I'll say this, Honourable Speaker.
Members, please. Members, conclude, please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I think everyone in British Columbia, my colleagues, all of us are horrified around what happened on October 7th. All of us are horrified at what happened on October 7th. We know that there's fear.
Members.
Honourable Speaker, this is a serious topic. I don't know why the opposition continues to heckle unnecessary questions.
Members, question has been asked. Answer is being provided. You can disagree with the answer, but the answer is going to be given what the House Leader wants to give, okay? Please, let's let him conclude. Member, please. Please conclude.
Speaker, during difficult times, when people are afraid, when people need leadership, that's the time when you bring communities together, Honourable Speaker. That's when you bring people together. That's why you engage with them, Honourable Speaker. That's what we're doing with the Jewish community. That's what we're doing with the Muslim community who is facing a rise in Islamophobia, Honourable Speaker. We're continuing to do that work, Honourable Speaker, because we want to make sure everyone has a safe place that they can call home in British Columbia.
The bell ends the question period. Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In the main chamber, I call motion 22 on the order paper. In section A, I call the estimates of the Ministry of Forests. In section C, I call estimates of Ministry of Municipal Affairs, followed by the estimates of the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change Strategy.
The motion?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I move motion 22, standing in my name on the order paper, which seeks to amend the Standing Order 8 to enable members of this House to participate in parliamentary proceedings remotely on a permanent basis. This recommendation, stemming from the Working Group on Parliamentary Culture, underscores the necessity of amending our standing orders to establish a permanent hybrid system. I would like to take a moment and express my gratitude to the members of that committee for their outstanding and essential contributions to this report. This includes the MLA from Surrey South, the MLA for Vancouver Kensington, and of course the leader of the third party. It's important, Honourable Speaker, to recognize the evolving landscape of legislative responsibility and the imperative to accommodate the diverse needs of our members. This motion is part of our commitment to adapt and evolve to the changing needs for members of the Legislative Assembly. This change will be a significant step in making this place function better by allowing MLAs to participate remotely through video conferencing technology. It's no secret, Honourable Speaker, that our institutions have not been family-friendly for many MLAs. It has to acknowledge the challenges MLAs face in balancing work life and family and caregiver responsibilities. The COVID-19 pandemic required the introduction of virtual participation options for proceedings. Since 2020, our legislature has maintained a hybrid arrangement providing members with the flexibility to participate remotely if needed. This arrangement has proven to be essential in supporting inclusion and accessibility when members may be faced with situations that impact their ability to be present in person. However, while remote participation offers flexibility, our institution works best when members are physically present in it. There is no denying there is an impact on engagement with members when they are remote. We must acknowledge that the character of institutions thrive on in-person interactions. There is a high onus on the Premier and the Cabinet to be physically present to demonstrate accountability to the Legislature. Although the motion emphasizes the expectations that members of Executive Council will physically attend House proceedings, particularly during crucial sessions such as question period and committee debates, there is an understanding that the hybrid system is being implemented to provide flexibility in unique circumstances for MLAs, including members of Cabinet. Ultimately, these decisions are left up to the individual caucuses. For clarity of the House, the motion before us seeks to authorize the use of video conferencing technology and enable all members to present in proceedings of the Legislative Assembly remote participation, counting towards quorum, while other members continue to be present physically in the Legislative Chamber. This motion is not just about integrating technology into our proceedings. It's about making our institutions more accessible, more inclusive, and more responsive to the needs of our members. It's about ensuring that we can continue to effectively serve the people of British Columbia while maintaining a healthier work-life balance with family and honouring our caregiving responsibilities. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
House Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I just very briefly would like to make a few remarks with respect to this motion that would amend Standing Order 8 with respect to the expectation of members being in the House. And the motion, as the Government House Leader has just indicated, would provide a significant change to this standing order, thus taking the what has been a sessional order for a good number of years now, would make this a permanent feature of within the standing orders in terms of how this place operates. I make these remarks after a significant amount of discussion within the official opposition caucus. And while at the end of the day we will support this motion here today, I do want to make it very, very clear at the perspective that members of the official opposition have, that we want to make sure is articulated as we head down this path. First is that we believe, the official opposition believes, that British Columbians as a default expect their members to actually be here physically in this building. And so this motion does provide a top-level requirement or a top-level statement around that expectation. It is important to acknowledge that there are reasons why one may not be able to be here in person, and those reasons have tended to be managed by caucuses and by the whips and the leadership within those caucuses. There is a wide range of personal reasons. There is sickness and injury and deaths in families and a range of other personal reasons why a member may not be here to discharge their responsibilities. But I cannot underscore enough the importance that as a default, we believe that members should be in this place to undertake the business that we were sent here to do. Not every profession out there affords a complete and total luxury or the expectation of being wherever the member wants to be. Default is to be here. The next point, which the government House Leader touched on in his remarks, is the expectations around the Executive Council, the Cabinet. This was a matter of significant back and forth with the government House Leader and myself and the other House Leaders. And, you know, the bottom line, I think, for all of us is that there is a much higher standard required of cabinet ministers, required of Executive Council members to be here in person. When it comes to discharging their responsibilities to answer oral questions, when it comes to responding to questions in their ministry estimates, and when it comes to answering questions in the committee stage of bills. There is also a piece that we're pleased has been added into this motion, and that is this concept, or just articulating a concept of collective ministerial responsibility, which happens all the time, frankly. And this is this notion that, as was the case today, if a minister is not in the House, I won't name who I'm referring to, but if a minister is not in the House during question period, but the subject matter pertains to that minister, a different minister can get up and actually answer the question. We have seen cases over the years of a minister not being able to complete or even do all of their estimates in a particular for a range of reasons, and a different minister steps in on behalf of the Executive Council in that collective ministerial perspective and manages that process on behalf of the minister responsible. So the bottom line on this point is that we certainly hope that the Executive Council of this government is going to do everything that they possibly can to make sure that ministers are actually present in this building during oral question period, their particular estimates as well as bills that they're responsible for. And if that minister can't be here to answer the questions in person, that minister should engage a different minister to undertake those responsibilities on their behalf so that it's done in person here in this legislature. This is a fundamental feature of how our entire system of government works. I want to briefly touch on a companion piece to this motion, which is being finalized as we speak, and that is a guidance for members participating in remote proceedings, a handbook that is being co-developed, I believe, within the clerk's office and the speaker with input from the speaker. That would basically reflect all of the expectations around decorum, around where you can connect, around dress code, etc. And on this point, I think it's worth saying that the way the members should view participating via a remote connection should be that that is an extension of this place in every way, shape, and form, meaning there will be a clear statement in the companion guide that there will be no connecting into proceedings of this House in a hybrid manner when one is in a vehicle or in a public place or not dressed appropriately or doing things or talking on the phone and being on mute. And these are distractions, and these are aspects of decorum that are unbecoming of this place. And so I'm pleased that there's some good work that's gone into this companion policy that will reflect what is expected of members in terms of where they access the proceedings and how they access that and what those other decorum pieces look like. So that's all to say, Mr. Speaker, we're prepared based on the good faith discussions that have taken place and the changes that have been made to reflect, I think, more fully the perspectives of all members of the House. The official opposition is prepared to support this today. However, it's with the caveat that we're going to watch very, very closely through this session, and we're going to pay close attention to which ministers actually do show up in person to do their estimates. We certainly would hope that there would be no ministers answering questions in question period on the screen. And when it comes to bill debates, that the line ministers will be present in this building to engage in that in-person interaction between the government and the official or the opposition critic. That is, again, such an important tenet and feature of how our system of government works. That's a major accountability aspect that we want to make sure is respected. We'll be paying close attention to that. The respect by the Executive Council for the commitment that is being made here to be here in person in those instances that I've noted. Again, as a default, members will make this place their default location unless there's reasons not to be here. And last but not least, that the decorum that we expect in this chamber and in the other places that we undertake proceedings in this building, that same level of decorum, those same expectations will be applied to members that are accessing the proceedings via a hybrid participation. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to have worked on this with the other House leaders. We're prepared to give it a try, and we'll reserve judgment on whether this is something that may not need to be changed in a different way in some point in the future if it doesn't end up working as everyone is committing to how it should work moving forward. Thank you.
House Leader of Third Party.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Government House Leader for bringing this motion forward. I just want to start off by acknowledging the importance of ensuring that this House is responding to ensure that British Columbians who may want to consider running to take a seat in this House feel included and have access in an equitable way. I note that when the COVID-19 pandemic started to shut down British Columbia in ways that I think many of us would never have considered would have been possible or would have happened in the past at any time, our clerk's office and the staff here in the Legislative Assembly moved very quickly and very efficiently to provide us a space to be able to continue to do the work of this House. And by sessional order, we've continued to have access to the tools. We see in the chamber here, the TV screens remain, and some members continue to remain connected to their work through Zoom and through other video conferencing. And I think that it was the right approach from government to initially bring these forward as sessional orders. And we've now, and I don't know the exact number of sessions, it's been a number of sessions since the first time that we used Zoom. And I think to the point that was made by the opposition House Leader, the members of this House have used the tools as they've needed to. And there's been no abuse of the tools. There's been times when, someone may join from the seat of their car, or someone may join in a way that perhaps is inappropriate, but the behavior has been corrected. And I think that we as a group of MLAs have managed this tool and managed the access to this place in a very responsible and respectful way. And again, have had a way through our caucus structures to ensure that members are here and available. I think it's also to the point that that the government or the opposition House Leader raised the responsibility of the Executive Council to be in person here and available to answer questions as much as their health and well-being allow them to be here. I was having a conversation with one of my colleagues in a different caucus about how challenging it was following the 2020 election, where we were separated for the first number of months from each other, and how this place operates based on relationships. And while the public often sees the relationships that happen here in question period, I can assure the members of the public here in British Columbia that is not representative of the vast majority of the relationships that exist in this legislature. if the members of the public watched budget estimates, or if they watched any of our committees, they would recognize that there is good decorum and good relations that are built across party lines. And indeed, that's very much strengthened when the members are here in Victoria together, getting to know each other, having a relationship with each other that goes across the red carpet here and extends out across all parties. And so my hope is, and I share both the concern and the hope that was expressed by the opposition House Leader, that we continue to maintain the video conferencing, the hybrid access to this only as needed. And that we, as much as possible, maintain within our parties, and the hope is that future parties maintain this level of commitment to us being here. Indeed, when we got together last week to discuss these issues, we saw the benefit of that as we were able to work through any differences in person and in front of each other, and I really benefit and feel that we benefit from that. So I just want to emphasize the words that have been shared by the opposition House Leader and by the government House Leader, as a matter of fact, to ensure that this work is done in person and that we're here to build relationships with each other, and that the responsibility of the Executive Council as much as possible is to be here doing their work, recognizing that they're away. I think from time to time. The other point is that I think that the scheduling of events and stuff that might bring an Executive Council member out of this room for question period, there's a lot of other time in a calendar year. We have an opportunity as opposition members to ask government questions in question period, and the time's very limited other than that. So if there's government announcements or ribbons to cut or placards to sign, perhaps that could be done outside of the question period time as much as possible, and it could be scheduled that way. But other than that, I think, Mr. Speaker, I just want to raise my hands to all the members of this House who have had the opportunity to make this hybrid sitting work. And I look forward to the extended direction from the clerk's office about how we can make it work even more efficiently. And I appreciate the government House Leader and all the members within the government caucus that have made this a priority. And just acknowledging that there's the committee that met over the last number of months, but I know that there are a lot of members in this House that this is a priority for, and this is really a tribute to the good functioning of this House that we are debating this motion today. So I raise my hands to all of them and look forward to this being a successful, permanent change in this Legislative Assembly.
Member for Parksville Qualicum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are caretakers of this institution, each and every one of us as MLAs. There's a lot of tradition here. We only have to open the drawers of our desks to see the names of those who come before us, and there will be many, many more names that come after us. As we amend something as important as the standing orders of this place, it leaves a legacy on how the next session will be held, how the next government will be held, and it sets a precedent. I think that this House has proven the success of this hybrid model for the most part. The idea that when life pulls us away, whether for health or serious issues, that as MLAs representing our community, we're still able to participate in this place and the importance of this place. The challenge I have with this motion, however, is similar challenges that I've seen over the last few months, is that not every member is a part of every part of this process. I can just remember when I first became an independent member, not even being able to vote in the committee rooms on amendments that I had brought forward. It took several weeks to get that resolved, and I thank the House Leader for addressing that. But here we are again talking about amending the standing orders, the rules of this place, something that is in I'm not holding the book, Mr. Speaker, this prop, that sets the rules of how we function. And yet the rules that are being set only apply for feedback for the Speaker as the Speaker sets these rules. We're setting a framework where only the official parties are brought into consideration as these rules are set. And I just feel that this is yet again this government not taking into account that our government is not made up of political parties. Our government is made up of individual MLAs that represent the constituencies that we have back home. And with that, I move that motion 22 be amended as written in this long motion here.
Members, we are receiving that amendment and we are going to circulate to all members, including online members. So we are going to have a short break while it's been circulated. All right, now it seems like everybody has received the proposed amendment. On the proposed amendment, Government House Leader.
Speaker, I appreciate the independent member bringing this forward. I appreciate the sentiment that the member has shared. I will say that at this time we won't be supporting this. This is a departure from the way parliamentary orders exist across all orders. But one of the recommendations from the special committee that just issued a report was to look at all of our standing orders and find ways to create more reforms to make this place a safer place for us. And I think that may be a place where we look at this conversation and look at it not just as a one-off, but as more of a collective. But at this point, this would be a departure, I'm informed by the clerk as well, a departure from the traditional orders that we do have existing.
Opposition House Leader.
Speaker, I also, on behalf of the official opposition, I appreciate the independent member from Parksville Qualicum bringing this amendment forward, and I also understand the sentiment. However, I also like to continue to be a stickler for the standing orders and how the standing orders evolve over time. The clerk has informed me as well that there are many points of consultation and engagement that are reserved for officially recognized parties at the moment, and so it would seem a bit odd to make an amendment to this soon-to-be permanent standing order that would be a departure from how other standing orders deal with these types of required consultations. That is not to say that as a matter of good practice, the government House Leader couldn't and shouldn't reach out to independent members on an ongoing basis with respect to changes like this. But I don't think it makes sense to make a one-off here. The working group on parliamentary culture did bring forward a recommendation on a go-forward basis for there to be a committee struck of this place to look at any and all areas for evolving practice to better incorporate the participation and the perspectives of independent members or private members for that matter, and so I would think that would be the much more appropriate place to address, I think, the intent of what is provided for here today, and for those reasons the official opposition will not support this motion.
Member for Parksville Qualicum.
Thank you, Speaker. And hearing from the other two members that they appreciate the sentiment. The sentiment is that every one of the 87 MLAs in this place has the opportunity to ensure that when the Speaker sets rules, that they have input on that. When we talk about a departure from the norms, a departure from the norm is the fact that we're able to participate remotely. This is not something that up until the COVID-19 pandemic that other houses had even considered. And so that in and of itself was a departure from the norm. So I would hope that as the standing orders, the rules that govern this place are set, that effort would be made to ensure that every member of this place has an opportunity to speak their voice, whether it's through their House Leader or directly to the Speaker, to ensure that we capture the views and the importance from all members, regardless of where they're from and which party they represent, if they do or do not. Thank you.
Thank you, members. The question is on the amendment to motion 22 proposed by the member for Parksville Qualicum. All those in favor of that amendment indicate aye. Opposed? Nay. Motion is defeated. On the main motion, motion 22, member for Vernon Monashee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to share my thoughts in support of motion 22. And I want to share a personal story as well. However, I personally like to be here physically, and most of you see I spend more time, and for the first couple of years on Finance Committee too, so love every moment of it. For me, as elected member for Vernon Monashee, being in this place even today, looking around and seeing you all as well. I learned lots from members from all house, and benefit is that I can knock on two ministers' doors, and if there's any casework, I can follow up further. And for me, it's an honor that many before us from South Asian community didn't have even to enter in this building. So entering in this building is more than a privilege, it's an honor. So, but however, historically, I think this motion gives the flexibility to many, whether they're single parent, mothers, or with other obligations or unforeseen situations when they come. And historically, we know, Mr. Speaker, those people didn't have the voice at the decision-making table, and because those thoughts and those responsibilities kept holding them back, that they have so much potential, they want to give back, but being away for an extended period of times and the responsibility, they were not able to contribute. So that means, of course, many people, when we all get elected, no matter which side, I know we do accept the obligation, and we serve this being here as an honor. But this flexibility is important because for two reasons. Again, it's many people, like rural ridings, say we had event in our community or we had minister visit, I go back on Tuesday, Wednesday event, and coming back Thursday, again, it's travel back and forth. Not only it's more carbon footprints, it's also taxpayers' money that we're utilizing every time. It's more than 1,000 easily for, depending on where you're traveling from. But also the time of traveling back and forth you do, then those amount of hours we can utilize to do the work we're elected to do. We've seen during first few months of this new government when we were doing hybrid model, and of course nothing beats the personal connections, but this is very important to have flexibility as well. And restriction, I don't think the restriction can again put further barriers if we put some parameters in place. So rather than having to take leave, now I'll share my personal experience. My daughter in November was sick, and then she ended up being hospitalized, very ill. So rather than taking leave, I was able, because I wanted to participate and I wanted to know what's happening. So even though I was offered support from WIP's office that I can take leave, but I wanted to participate. So having this flexibility allowed me to join the last week of session from the hospital with blurred background beside my daughter who was really, really ill. What happened, the incident in that moment, as she's getting treated, she was getting iron infusion, and I think it was question period, and nurse came, they hung iron infusion, and within seconds, my daughter was developing anaphylactic reaction, unable to speak, unable to breathe. But me participating virtually, when I looked back, I saw she's turned red, her heart, like she's trying to tell me that it's like it's gonna explode. And immediately I knew that she's red, and so quickly I was able to turn off the camera and quickly run, and there was saline syringe, and I happened to be in the stop the pump or do whatever, and that saved her life. And then we rang the bell, and by the time nurse came, and they were immediate, but they didn't expect that the serious emergency was happening. But I can tell you that if I wasn't there, and then I apologized to nurse that I didn't want to overstep, I took the action, whatever, and she said, no, this is amazing. She said, it was phenomenal to see, not only you saved her life, in those couple minutes, you switched from being an MLA to mom to nurse. And it was that moment when I realized, my goodness, if I wasn't there, I was here, my daughter who wasn't able to press the call bell and wasn't able to breathe, outcome would have been different. So I did not realize until then that this could even save lives. So that's why I thought I'd share my thoughts. That doesn't mean that, again, I like personal connection. I worked with people for more than half of my life, and I love everybody here and learn a lot more. But this flexibility, having this flexibility is peace of mind. that we can do this. So that therefore I speak in favor of this motion, and I want to thank everybody for putting this forward. So thank you for letting me share my thoughts.
Thank you, member. Member, the question is adoption of motion 22 on the order paper. Those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Speaker, I call motion 23 on the order paper. Mr. Speaker, the motion 23 standing my name on the order paper, which seeks to amend Standing Order 16 as it pertains to conduct of divisions to account for remote participation by members.
Seeing no further speakers, members, the question is adoption of motion 23 on the order paper. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Speaker, I call motion 21 on the order paper. I move that motion 21 standing my name on the order paper, which discharges the sessional order adopted on February 20th, enabling hybrid proceedings of the House.
Members, again, the question is adoption of motion 21 on the order paper. Those in favor indicate aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call second reading of Bill 9, Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Bill 9, Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2024 be read now a second time. Honourable Speaker, Bill 9 amends a number of statutes. This bill will amend the Lobbyists Transparency Act. These amendments will address concerns about the administrative burden the Act can have on smaller organizations who lobby. The Lobbyists Transparency Act aims to provide transparency into efforts by lobbyists to influence decision-making. Under this Act, lobbyists must publicly report information about certain communications with provincial elected officials or senior public servants in the online lobbyist registry. My ministry heard from nonprofit organizations who said that the administrative burden of complying with the Act is significant, especially for smaller organizations. By reducing the administrative burden of reporting lobbying activities while maintaining transparency for the public, the government hopes to continue to encourage organizations to communicate their views, needs, and concerns. The amendments to the Act will remove the requirement for lobbyists to report funding requests made to a government body, reduce the reporting frequency for funding received from a government body, clarify but not change reporting requirements for lobbyists who lobby with other organizations, and make some housekeeping amendments. The bill proposes amendments to Motor Vehicle Act. While traveling on public roadways through the province, sheriffs occasionally arrive first on the scene at serious traffic accidents. In these situations, sheriffs have a statutory duty to provide immediate life-saving assistance. Currently, the Motor Vehicle Act only authorizes sheriffs to operate their vehicle as an emergency vehicle and use red and white flashing lights when they are transporting a person in their custody. An example may be where they are transporting a high-risk prisoner from a correctional center to a courthouse. By not allowing sheriffs to activate their flashing emergency lights in other situations like an accident scene, the sheriffs and the public are being put at unnecessary risk. This was raised by sheriffs as a concern that has impacted their ability to respond safely to emergency situations as they come up. This amendment will improve safety for sheriffs and for public by providing sheriffs with the authority to operate an emergency vehicle anytime they are undertaking their statutory duties under the Sheriff Act. Further proposed amendments to the Motor Vehicle Act support continuous operational improvements to Road Safety BC's vehicle impoundment and impairing driving programs. The proposed changes benefit people by supporting the removal of unsafe drivers from the road, meeting the public's expectation for timely administrative driving prohibition reviews, and support program modernizations through the creation of streamlined administrative processes that benefit citizens and businesses. Amendments to the Offence Act will provide certainty about which laws apply where a violation ticket is issued by a modern treaty nation and disputed in the provincial court. The amendment specifically disapplies the sections of the Offence Acts related to the issuance, service, form, and content of a violation ticket from violation tickets issued by the Tsawwassen First Nation, Manaulth First Nation, and the Tla'amin Nation, as the laws and forms of these nations will govern these steps in the process. This removes the risk to the nation where a ticket is disputed that the court may find that the ticket is not in alignment with the Offence Act requirements. This amendment responds to the concerns raised by the Manaulth First Nation during the implementation of the Modern Treaty Nation Violation Ticket Project. The Protected Areas of British Columbia Act amendments continue the legislative work needed to maintain and improve the British Columbia Protected Area system. This work includes adding lands to existing protected areas, updating and improving legal descriptions, and completing administrative corrections. The amendments add 189 hectares to 6 parks and 1 conservancy. They also remove 5 hectares of roads from 2 parks and 1 conservancy and rename an ecological reserve. Lastly, the proposed amendments make minor administrative corrections and improvements to the boundary descriptions. This bill makes technical amendments to the Financial Institution Act and Mutual Fire Insurance Companies Act that ensures that the acts are accurate, up to date, and allow for the robust regulation of British Columbia's financial sector. While the changes are technical in nature, they are important to ensure the continued effectiveness of consumer protection initiatives work aimed at protecting people buying and owning insurance. Part 4 of this bill amends a number of acts. In 2022, the Parliament of Canada amended the Sechelt Indian Band Self-Government Act, which included updating the legal name of the Sechelt Indian Band to the traditional Indigenous name of Sechelt Nation. For consistency between the federal and provincial statutes, amendments to 6 acts are proposed in this miscellaneous statutes bill. The amendments primarily replace the word Sechelt with Sechelt and Indian Band with Nation. The 6 acts are Cannabis Control and Licensing Act, Environmental Management Act, Landowner Transparency Act, Sechelt Indian Government District Enabling Act, Sechelt Indian Government District Home Owner Grant Act, and Speculation and Vacancy Tax. This bill proposes to amend the Labor Relations Code. The right to strike as part of collective bargaining is of fundamental importance to unionized workers in British Columbia and across Canada. Exercising this right often involves picketing, where other workers can show their solidarity by refusing to cross the picket line. However, if BC workers cross a picket line conducted by federally regulated workers or workers regulated by another province, this may be found to be an illegal strike under the Labor Relations Code. These amendments to the Labor Relations Code will ensure that it is not a strike when workers refuse to cross a picket line in these situations. Honoring the picket lines of other workers is a fundamental feature of BC labor relations, and this change adheres to the core principles of labor solidarity which are well established in this province. With this change, it won't matter whether workers are part of a federal or provincial sector, there will be consistency. Finally, Honourable Speaker, the amendments to the Chartered Professional Accountants Act are in response to the Cullen Commission report on anti-money laundering. Protection of the public interest is added as a legislative objective of the Chartered Professional Accountants of British Columbia, confirming that protection of the public interest is a key purpose of the professional regulatory body. The bill will also enable the Minister of Post-Secondary Education and Future Skills to monitor and direct CPABC with respect to their legislative objectives, including protection of the public interest and their implementation of the Cullen Report recommendations through the use of guidelines, directives, and information requests. These amendments also better align the Chartered Professional Accountants Act with other legislative governing professional regulatory bodies, including the Professional Governments Act and the International Credentials Act.
Thank you, Attorney. Member for Shuswap.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I'm very proud to rise today and speak to Bill 9. I'm going to speak specifically just to the changes impacting the Labour Code. Incredibly concerned that a change as significant as what the Minister has just raised in this House is being bundled up and inserted inside a miscellaneous statutes bill. Honourable Speaker, government's pushing through with major changes to the Labour Relations Code under the guise of this miscellaneous stats bill. It's glaringly and grossly inappropriate, and it is not a manner by which governments previously have undertaken significant changes. This particular section of Bill 9 amends the definition of strike to allow provincially regulated workers in BC to honour picket lines by federal or other provinces' employees without it constituting an illegal strike, a move that is unprecedented in Canada. Unprecedented. No other jurisdiction across Canada has moved forward with a legislative change as significant as this, and this government has chosen, without any consultation, zero consultation, to insert this significant legislative change in a missed stats bill. It's highly offensive. The timing of these amendments, revealed without warning in March of this year, blindsided stakeholders who discovered them as they are currently preparing submissions for the ongoing Section 3 Labor Relations Code Review Panel. This is undermining both the trust and participation in this review process. Public feedback is still being collected until May 7th. So government is moving forward with the Labor Code review. And while this review is underway, government has decided to sidestep the entire process and to insert significant legislative change under the guise of this miscellaneous stats bill. The scheduling of the in-person and virtual meetings across multiple cities continue to be ongoing from April through May of this year. Honourable Speaker, this highlights government's disregard for its own timelines and expectations set for public consultation. Implementing such consequential changes without thorough consultation and ahead of the Labour Relations Code Review Panel's findings raises concerns about the integrity and the impartiality of the review process. This preemptive action by the government not only undermines the panel's work, but also casts significant doubt on the purpose and the effectiveness of future review processes, potentially deterring meaningful participation from Labour, business, and other interested parties. Honourable Speaker, I'm in receipt of a letter penned today addressed to the Minister of Labour. And in this letter, it sets out significant concerns. And I think it's important for this House to hear the letter in its entirety. So I'm very proud to read this into the record. Now, this letter, Honourable Speaker, was submitted to the Minister of Labour by the Greater Vancouver Board of Trade, the Business Council of BC, the BC Chamber of Commerce, and the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. These are significant organizations that represent a significant, if not the majority, of businesses operating across our province. The letter states, "Dear Minister, we are writing to express serious concern regarding the introduction of Bill 9, Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2024, which proposes to change the definition of strike in the Labour Relations Code of BC with no engagement or consultation." I'll repeat that, with zero consultation. A particular concern is this change is being pursued outside a 5-year mandated Section 3 review of the Labour Relations Code, which the government recently announced, complete with a tripartite panel. To frame the significance of this work, the 2018 Labour Code Review Panel noted the importance of an independent review which, and I quote, enables the code to be responsive to changes in the workplace and facilitates necessary periodic changes. The letter goes on to state, the government recently echoed this sentiment in a press release dated February 1st. This is government's own press release, in which it cites government's intention was to appoint an independent panel to review and provide recommendations for potential amendments to the code. Against this backdrop, there is no justification for proceeding with Bill 9 before the Section 3 panel does its work and tables its final report. Frankly, this calls into question the government's intentions for the panel's forthcoming findings, including whether you will receive them in an even-handed manner. Letter goes on to state, several associations wrote seeking an extension of the consultation timeline for the recently announced Section 3 panel. We noted that the communications of the launch of the panel and process were done under significantly compressed timelines, and that the timeline for stakeholder submission was not included in government's own communications. So much for forthright and transparent. In response, an extension was granted until March 22nd, which was appreciated. While we took this as a sign of good faith, the government chose to table substantive changes to the code outside of its own independent process. It is unclear what the urgency or public policy purpose is for the proposed legislative change in Bill 9. To our knowledge, the change proposed to the definition of strike has no equivalent in legislation governing labor relations in any other province. This is historic and unprecedented. Honourable Chair, the letter goes on to state, while proposed and packaged is a minor change, it is not. The change is far-reaching, and we are concerned that it could have significant economic and financial implications. We are concerned that the change will lead to more labour strife, impacting more of our economic base in the province. A delicate balance is built into the code, and this change should be considered alongside other measures that will be considered by the Section 3 panel. The change to the definition of strike would increase the collateral impacts and instability of strike action to other operations, as it reduces the potential relief from picketing that's available to employees or to employers not directly part of the labour dispute. Provincially regulated employers dealing with common site or secondary picketing may now be left with no recourse when federally regulated employees picket a common site. Given the extent of federally regulated industries operating in British Columbia, the effect of Bill 9 would be substantial. The measure could, for example, make it possible for a single federally regulated postal worker to set up a picket line and shut down a large employer's site, such as a pulp mill or refinery. Major sites where there are both provincially and federally regulated employees could be impacted. Another example is found with CN and CPKC, which have rail operations throughout British Columbia, with multiple points of intersection, interaction with provincially regulated employers, including major industrial operations. In 2022, a labour dispute between C-SPAN, ULC, and the Canadian Merchant Service Guild resulted in the board finding a limited exception for the definition of strike is contained in the code where refusal to work is due to picketing and is expressly permitted by the BC Code. In this case, significant economic ramifications were at stake, affecting multi-billion-dollar contracts. Meaningful change in the labour relations landscape in British Columbia must be grounded in transparency, inclusivity, and respect for procedural fairness, including not proposing legislation prior to the current Section 3 panel deliberations and final report. What is the urgency? The Section 3 panel is currently engaging with businesses and workers across the province of BC, as initiated by this government. But prior to receiving any findings or direction from this panel, this government has chosen to ram through a significant piece of legislation under the guise of a miscellaneous stats bill. Honourable Speaker, I'll conclude with this portion of the letter. We urge the government and the Attorney General, I won't say the minister's name, to withdraw the proposed amendment to the code in Bill 9 and allow the Section 3 panel to complete its work and a better understanding of the implications of the impact to occur. Honourable Speaker, these major changes raised significant economic concerns, especially after last summer's ILWU port strike, which lasted 13 days and resulted in a $1.7 billion trade loss for British Columbia. Just a 13-day strike, $1.7 billion impact on British Columbia. The proposed amendments threaten to increase labor actions, potential shutdowns, and negative impacts on critical infrastructure, including ports and railways, risking further exacerbation of the cost of living crisis. Considering the substantial economic impact of previous strikes, it's crucial to thoroughly evaluate the potential economic effects of making it easier for workers to join in solidarity actions. This is unprecedented. No other jurisdiction in Canada has undertaken this significant level of change to the Labour Code with zero consultation. A change of this magnitude must be undertaken throughout the province with an opportunity for all members of society here in BC, both businesses and workers, to express their concerns. For government to give consideration to the unintended consequences of a significant move impacting the way strikes are performed in BC. Government's decision to introduce the significant labour law amendments through a miscellaneous stats bill circumvents the established legislative process, denying stakeholders the opportunity for proper scrutiny and debate. The lack of transparency and rush nature of these amendments call into question the NDP's commitment to a fair and balanced labour policies, clearly prioritizing political alliances over the economic well-being and rights of workers and businesses across BC. There was a Labour Board ruling last year specifically on an issue relative to this particular legislation. Honourable Speaker, the issue was between Vancouver shipyards and the employer, represented by construction, maintenance, and allied workers, marine and shipbuilders, machinists and aerospace workers, Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, plumbers and pipe fitters, Professional Employers Union. All workers that were impacted by a strike notice that was undertaken by a federally regulated tugboat company, potentially shutting down this entire operation. And thankfully, the Labour Board ruled that it was an illegal strike. The strife that federally regulated workers may have in this province, they are certainly entitled to their ability to raise their concerns, to picket, to take job action, in order to advance the issues as they're entitled to. But to think that the actions of a federally regulated union could shut down such a wide swath of other provincially regulated unions in this province is definitely cause for concern. In this particular application, the employer submitted that the original decision initially undertaken by the Labour Review Board, that it was inconsistent with code principles because it failed to consider Section 2F of the code, which requires the board to exercise its powers to perform its duties so as to minimize the effects of labor disputes on uninvolved persons. the employer's interpretation was indeed deemed to be correct. And in a portion of the Labour Board's decision, the Labour Board indicated, the employer's interpretation of the phrase promotes the board's duty to minimize the effect of labor disputes on unrelated parties by limiting the exemption to only that picketing which the board has the constitutional authority to regulate. It is also consistent with the board's duties under Section 2E and 2F of the Code. And what is government doing now in an election year? And this has campaign, NDP political campaign, written all over it. For them to be hammering this through without any consultation with the broader implications is absolutely offensive. And so unequivocally, Honourable Speaker, I certainly will not be supporting this particular piece of legislation on this section of Bill 9. And I believe that we are going to be hearing loud and clear from other business organizations and potentially impacted businesses across the province in the days ahead. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing the member for Langley East.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and welcome to the Chair. It's a privilege to be able to stand today and have the opportunity to speak to Bill 9, Miscellaneous Statutes Act, specifically the part related to amendments to the Lobbyist Transparency Act. I have the absolute I can also speak today. Geez, you can tell it's week 4. Privilege and honor of serving as the Parliamentary Secretary for Community Development and Nonprofits. And part of the work that I've had the pleasure of undertaking this year is meeting with nonprofits and hearing about the challenges and the opportunities that are there for the nonprofits who we know do such important work in our communities throughout British Columbia, often with limited resources and often with limited capacity. And we've been able to support nonprofits in that work, and we've seen the importance of the work that they do. They're trusted partners in so many areas, from housing to social programs, to childcare, to organizations that often serve the most vulnerable folks in our communities. And in conversations related to challenges that they face, we've heard that some of the changes that were previously made to the Lobbyist Transparency Act were creating obstacles and capacity challenges for nonprofits. And my predecessor, the now Attorney General, had started that work, and would like to say that I'm grateful for the work that she's done on this, and I've had the pleasure of continuing those conversations and undertaking consultations with nonprofits in this area, and being able to see it come here today in the Miscellaneous Statutes Bill, and would like to thank everyone who made that happen, because I know we have a busy legislative agenda. So in our consultations, we heard about what many nonprofits face, which are capacity challenges. Often there isn't, say, a full-time employee who is able to do specific work related to reporting. We heard about how some of the changes that could be made would continue to attain the goal that our government wants, which is increased transparency, while also addressing the challenges related to capacity with, say, frequency of reporting. And in those conversations, we heard that these burdens are a significant challenge for nonprofits, but that by working together, as our government believes, with nonprofits, we were able to come up with opportunities. Now, it's important, Honourable Speaker, to recognize that these changes will make an immediate difference for nonprofits, but there is still another review, a statutory review, that's set to take place in 2025. There's a mandatory review that takes place to the Act, and there will be another review there, another opportunity to continue to receive feedback. Because what we as a government see is the opportunity to increase transparency in lobbyist activities, while also working with our nonprofits and other entities that are bound by this act to ensure that it's not too onerous, that reporting can take place in such a way that transparency is achieved without creating an unnecessary burden. So I'd like to thank all of the nonprofits that have taken the time to talk to me in my role, allowing me to communicate to my my colleagues in government about these challenges, and the Attorney General's office for working and facilitating the consultations in order to discuss possible potential opportunities to overcome these regulatory burdens and make changes that work for our trusted partners while still maintaining transparency and achieve that balance, and look forward to the submissions, because I know there's other feedback that I've heard through nonprofits that that feedback opportunity is coming up in 2025, and I'm looking forward to hearing any other comments my colleagues in the House may have. And I want to thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity just to stand up and say that I'm very excited about these changes coming for the Lobbyist Transparency Act, and once again would like to thank the nonprofits who shared their thoughts. So thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing the member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. Well, as we turn our attention to these amendments, I'm going to speak specifically to the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change Strategy amendments, because I think that there are some changes that need to be looked at, and I want to emphasize the importance of those. Perhaps not as important as my colleague on the Labour section, but obviously these miscellaneous statutes bills have a varied sort within them. So this bill, which looks to adjust the boundaries of some of our parks and conservancies, really mirrors our collective endeavour to safeguard British Columbia's exquisite natural settings while meeting the necessary requirements of our growing province. In my briefing with the ministry staff, it was acknowledged that it's a total of 189 hectares which are being added. And this is really a thoughtful gesture towards acknowledging just how important our parks are towards for us all. The bill also really acknowledges our Indigenous heritage and acknowledges that through a very significant name change, which is a step forward, I believe, in our journey towards reconciliation. But I do think that we need to address the differences found in the proposed and current acreages and sizes of the different park areas. So despite the good parts about this bill, I think that there are some things that we need to look at. We were told that it does overall increase the protected areas, which is something that we would all applaud, but those numbers actually don't correlate to the numbers that are in the bill. And so we have to look a little bit closer through the course of committee stage and question whether the numbers are truly accurate, and whether or not they're aligning with our goals for environmental preservation, and make sure that there's an understanding as such. It's imperative that we take these amendments under a magnifying glass in committee stage. We do need a clear understanding of the affects of these amendments on our conservation efforts, and really to reflect the message that we're sending about our dedication to protecting our environment. You know, if we look at some of the most dramatic ones, Muncho Lake Park, the hectares that are listed in the Act, or within the Act, sorry, is 88,420. But the hectares listed in the proposed amendments are 85,910, resulting in a 2,500 hectare difference. So we want to make sure and go through some of these numbers just to ensure that we are indeed adding to our overall park capacity and space rather than seeing a decrease. Our parks, as we all know, are not just plots of land. They're reflections of our values and our commitments to both nature and our communities. They're part of our health and mental health aspects within our society. And therefore, I don't really want to hurry this process. We've seen just recently the hurry amendments to the Land Act, which have led to division rather than unity. really highlight the necessity for a thorough consultation and better management. We've just heard from my colleague about how a hurried process can result in isolation of an entire business community and really not result in the intended process that we would all want. Whether it's the hurried process of the Land Act or the labor amendments within this miscellaneous statutes bill, these incidents underline the need for us to approach such matters with more caution and care, ensuring we engage in meaningful dialogue and consider all stakeholders. I'm only going to speak to this amount and hope that we hear from other colleagues around the House. In closing, where this bill aims to enhance and protect our natural beauty, it is a reminder of the delicate balance that we must maintain. Our dedication to environmental stewardship requires careful scrutiny of any changes to ensure that they contribute positively to our legacy of conservation and community respect. So let's move forward with diligence, ensuring every decision we make today serves the best interest of British Columbia's natural heritage and its people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the Minister of State for Sustainable Forestry Innovation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to speak in favor of this bill, in particular, in favor of the provisions to amend the Labour Relations Code to include a lawful a refusal to cross a picket line under a lawfully regulated strike under the Canada Code. I think this is an incredibly important amendment. There is no right more fundamental or important to industrial relations and collective bargaining, in my view, than the right not to cross a picket line. The picketing in Canada and in the province of British Columbia, right, because you have two systems of regulating collective bargaining depending on the industry, either the Canada Labour Relations Code or the BC Labour Relations Code. But picketing under those codes is highly regulated. It's been highly litigated over the years and happens within a very distinct and limited set of rules and circumstances. And some of the examples raised by the member from Shuswap are actually laughable and how absurd and how beyond the point they actually are. So what this does is this means if you have an employee who is under a collective agreement in British Columbia, so imagine a delivery driver, and they come across a lawfully regulated picket, and that picket is happening as a consequence of a strike that has been taken under a strike vote or a lockout by the BC Labour Relations Board, they can refuse to cross that picket line. They cannot be ordered to cross that picket line, and they can refuse to cross it without fear of reprisal because they are not involved in an illegal strike. Through an absurdity of the code and the way the code has been interpreted, if that same employee comes to a similar picket line, could be in the same place, but it's a picket occurring underneath the Canada Code, they can be ordered to cross that picket line, and if they refuse to do so, they can be found to be in violation of the code and engaging in a legal strike. And that is, you have all things being equal, those two situations being exactly identical. It's a clear absurdity. And the member from Shuswap, I think, would do well to read some of those cases and familiarize himself with labour relations law in British Columbia and in Canada. The notion that a single postal worker who's federally regulated could then shut down a pulp mill is a laughable suggestion, precisely because of how well regulated picketing is. That's called whipsawing. When a small unit goes out on strike to shut down a larger unit in order to extract bigger gains. Anywhere where you see that happening, and the law of picketing constrains that very strongly, but anywhere where you see that happening in this country, you will normally see a council of trade unions imposed so they bargain as a whole, and that doesn't happen. It is laughable to suggest that would happen, and to suggest that there be some kind of increase in industrial unrest, across the country as a consequence of that. It's not borne out in reality. What this does really is it addresses what I set out in the beginning, which is a very It's a very minor amendment, but it addresses an absurdity that cuts fundamentally to who people are and the values that they hold in exercising their charter rights to free association. Further, and I'll be fairly quick in my comments here, Madam Speaker, but furthermore, the member from Shuswap also went through the consultation that's going on under Section 3 of the Labour Relations Code to review the code at least once every 5 years, with a panel, with a balanced tripartite panel that's been appointed. And while I applaud the member for endorsing that process, and I'm glad to hear that he's endorsed that process, it shouldn't be lost on anyone in this House that the last time that happened was 2018, after we formed government. And as actually part of that, where we said we would do those Section 3 committees on an ongoing basis within at least every 5 years. They weren't done prior to that, except the last one previous to that was in the 1990s when Vince Reddy, John Bagent, and Tom Roper formed a tripartite panel to review the code then. When the BC United, then BC Liberals, came into government in 2001, they changed the code significantly without consulting in a thorough and engaged way with anyone. And so the sudden love of consultation, which we're doing and we're doing very thoroughly, I would suggest is highly questionable. We've seen their approach to labor relations. It's ripping up collective agreements. It's forcing people back to work. This is a good bill. This is a good amendment, and this is one that I am proud to stand for and to vote for. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Seeing no further speakers. Okay. Recognizing the Minister of State for Infrastructure and Transit.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm Government House Leader, so I move that the bill be,
Okay, so we'll just do that.
Yeah, and then recognize.
Okay. I'll recognize you.
I can go.
Members, the question is second reading of Bill number 9, Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2024. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion is carried. House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry I jumped the gun there. I move that the bill be committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered at the next sitting of the House after today.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion is carried. Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I call second reading Bill 10, Commercial Transport Act.
Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the bill now be read a second time. Or was that just done? Okay, thank you. Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise today to speak about Bill 10, the Commercial Transport Amendment Act. This legislation is a response to new data collection systems and very public incidents that have detailed and documented since December 2021, 35 recorded crashes into highway infrastructure by overheight commercial vehicles unsafely traversing their loads and causing significant damage to public infrastructure, lengthy delays for all people who rely on highways, and representing a serious threat to road safety. They impact the supply chain, they impede crucial response times by emergency service providers, and they cost the economy significantly. Last fall, the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure committed to taking tougher action against these crashes. At that time, the actions included higher fines for overheight vehicles, a requirement for dump-style vehicles to have in-cab warning devices to warn drivers when the dump body is in a raised position, and the adoption of what is called a new progressive enforcement framework and suspension policy that provides escalating penalties for carriers whose drivers commit repeat offenses, adding longer suspensions while under investigation, and including the possible loss of operating certificates and the ability to do business in British Columbia where serious safety concerns warrant that. I've also recently brought this matter forward at the federal level, Madam Speaker, to the Council of Ministers responsible for transportation and highway safety. All of us, regardless of political stripe of provincial or territorial government, regardless of which part of the country we represent, have agreed to work collaboratively through the Canadian Council of Motor Transport Administrators to address loopholes where extra-provincial carriers avoid enforcement consequences when operating unsafely across Canada. This doesn't happen often, Madam Speaker, but it happens enough to be an area of concern and require action for coordination nationally in this growing country of ours that now boasts 38 million people. We look to other jurisdictions for some ideas about how this might be accomplished, including the United States, where a significantly greater role by the federal government in that jurisdiction regulates safety certificates for interstate commerce of goods carried by commercial trucks. Violation ticket fines applicable to drivers for overheight-related contraventions were raised last year from $100 to $500. That is the maximum fine allowable under the CTA. Yet even with a five-fold increase of the fine to $500, this fine is still shockingly low, given the potential for infrastructure crashes to threaten safety and cause significant damage to our highway infrastructure. The current maximum penalty, which was established in 1971, limits enforcement and prevents officers from effectively pursuing more severe penalties against commercial trucking operators who commit egregious safety violations, even when drivers are involved in multiple bridge crashes or incidents where a driver's negligence has been determined to have led to serious injuries or even death. It's important to realize the severity of these incidents. The three recent crashes have resulted in infrastructure repair costs ranging from $721,000 to $1.8 million. In the case of a recent severe crash resulting in significant damage to our infrastructure, commercial vehicles have had to be detoured around the damaged infrastructure at night to allow for repairs to happen. The estimated value of goods for that detour being carried is about $14 million each evening for a projected period of 84 days. That gives you an idea, Madam Speaker, of the scale of some of the far-reaching impacts that a single infrastructure crash can have. This is important nationally, as I mentioned. We're seeing this in other jurisdictions as well. We hope that BC's tougher laws and tougher actions will inspire other jurisdictions to follow our lead. We also hope to have coordination, as I've said, on national enforcement tools around safety certificates that are issued, that are really the bond of trust with the people that are served by those companies on our highways. And we expect, given the reception we've had recently at a national meeting, that we will have a positive set of actions and recommendations from the federal government. I am pleased that the Honourable Pablo Rodriguez, the Minister of Transportation of Canada, has also agreed to take a leading role in reviewing what the federal government can do by way of coordination nationally. Madam Speaker, people need to know that we're doing everything we can to prevent these crashes. To show how serious we are, I want to go through the amendments before us today to the Commercial Transport Act. These include a proposed new maximum fine limit of $100,000 for offences under the Act, a proposed new maximum term of imprisonment of 18 months for drivers who commit these offences, thereby enabling courts to impose fines, imprisonment, or both upon conviction. These changes will provide additional tools to enforcement officers to address the most serious and egregious violations and contraventions by pursuing stiffer penalties through the court. Working with a number of supportive organizations in drafting and reviewing this legislation, it is their opinion, the BC Trucking Association and others, that passage of this legislation will send a very powerful message to the very small percent of drivers who've been involved in overpass collisions to get that number down to zero. The steps to laying charges I want to go through as well, because I don't want anyone to have a perception that these higher fines and perhaps even imprisonment terms will be used without due process. They will be administered through a court process. The steps to laying charges and seeking a trial and prosecution through the courts will be as follows. Step 1 will be following a crash. Enforcement would need to submit a report to Crown Counsel recommending approval of specific charges. Step 2 would be Crown Counsel determining to make their charge assessment. The decision based on the following two-part formula, which is standard for Crown Counsel. Test number 1 would be, is there a substantial likelihood of conviction based on the evidence presented in the report to Crown Counsel? And of course that would be informed by all the reports and documents conducted by investigations of RCMP or municipal police departments, Commercial Vehicle Safety Enforcement Unit, and perhaps others in terms of witnesses or third parties involved in the incident. The second test that would have to be met is the one that always must be met. Is a prosecution required in the public interest? I have to say at this point in the debate, I hope that this legislation sets out the deterrent value that we hope it will, but I think it would be a tremendous success if it never has to be used or tested in court, because it will be effective in creating the recalcitrant, poor, safety regimes in some, and again I want to stress a very insignificant number of carriers, will either incent them out of business or lead to the kinds of changes that we would expect them to have in return for holding a safety certificate and doing business in our province. Back to the steps around the offences and how they could be involved in a prosecution. Crown Counsel can decide that no charges could be laid as well, or that charges should be laid or an alternative to the court process may also be appropriate. That independent judgment will obviously play out as a result of the facts that are established through an investigation. If Crown Counsel decides to lay charges and the matter does proceed to trial and the accused is found guilty, the court will decide what penalty to impose based on the range provided in the Act and any other considerations that the court considers relevant for sentencing purposes. Again, the facts of the investigation will matter as to the severity of the judgment that is rendered and what the prosecution will seek. Public safety is paramount. We all know that. Our ministry has committed a long time ago, and this flows from different administrations, Madam Chair. The commitment to Vision Zero, to move British Columbia as a jurisdiction towards zero fatalities on our highways. There are no fatalities, I should say, related to the 35 crashes that I've mentioned that have been part of the data collection that was initiated in 2021. But we shouldn't be complacent in any way. We should count that as a good bit of luck. It easily could have caused serious injury or even death, and we're thankful and grateful that it did not. But back to public safety, the repeated infrastructure crashes have highlighted the need to be ready with the appropriate response if and when necessary, and that is in fact what the public expects. These crashes also underscore the need to send the strongest message possible, again, to those few drivers in our professional workforce of about 40,000 commercial license holders, those few drivers who fail to take the basic steps required legally to check their loads before they move them. Madam Speaker, I do believe this legislation sends that message. It will allow enforcement to pursue more severe penalties for those violations causing the worst possible outcomes. In updating the current maximum penalty from 1971, in place for more than 5 decades, we look to precedents in other BC statutes. These amendments align with the maximum penalties in several more recent transportation and public safety related statutes, including the Railway Safety Act and the Safety Standards Act. These statutes provide a maximum fine and potential term of imprisonment identical to those contained in Bill 10. Madam Speaker, these amendments modernize the deterrent value of penalties under the Act. They support efforts of the Ministry and industry associations to highlight the importance of compliance among drivers who recklessly disregard basic safety rules under the province's commercial transport laws. These amendments also follow through on the commitments of this government that strong action be taken now to address public and industry concerns regarding continued infrastructure crashes, which includes our commitment to further increase penalties in support of commercial vehicle safety. I do want to go over some actions that preface the legislation that's before this House that have sought the same end, which is a reduced number of collisions as we move towards the goal of zero overpass and infrastructure collisions on our highways. Recently, in 2021, we sought and implemented higher standards and qualifications to hold a Class 1 commercial trucker's license in this province by drastically increasing the competencies required through the mandatory entry-level training program. Now, that was something that our province worked collaboratively with other provinces to pursue. It came out of a national inquiry into the tragic deaths of a young hockey team, the Humboldt Broncos, in the prairies. I met with some of the families who lost young boys in the prime of their life, who live in British Columbia, who were part of that team, whose thanks we owe to the attention they gave to that issue, the testimony they provided to that inquiry, and the thoughtful suggestions they made to regulators to increase the driving competencies and the comprehensiveness of training to have a Class 1 license and operate with heavy machinery and heavy loads on our highway system. And I'm proud to say that the MELT program, Mandatory Entry-Level Training in British Columbia, is the strongest in the country, the longest in duration, and the most comprehensive in terms of what types of training must be mastered and met and taught by accredited driving schools, both public and private, from BCIT to the other approximately 70 driving schools in our province. We did that in 2021 during the pandemic. It was a difficult change to make because of the difficulties in coordinating, meeting face-to-face and implementing that. But ICBC and others should be thanked, and again, the BC Trucking Association, for doing that. We've now licensed and trained thousands of drivers under the new training regime. Another initiative that we recently undertook and implemented was the requirement to use electronic logging devices to track commercial truck drivers' time behind the wheel. And this is getting at the issue of driver fatigue, which can also be a contributing factor to some of the serious accidents that we have experienced in this province and across the country. It reduces the ability and opportunity to create fraudulent paper-based reports on operating hours of drivers, and creates a real-time data submission that also protects drivers who are exploited by some unscrupulous employers as well. That is in place today. I'm also very pleased that in just a few days' time, really, effective April 5th, 2024, British Columbia will require the use of speed limiters in heavy-duty commercial trucks to prevent them from driving at speeds above 105 kilometers an hour. This change, it should be said, Madam Speaker, is not expensive. This is a factory OEM-installed device in every engine block of every heavy-duty truck in the province. It will literally be turning the switch in that electronic factory-installed equipment. It has the support, again, of the BC Trucking Association. We make it because excessive speeding has, again, time after time, been determined by RCMP and other police enforcement agencies as a contributing factor to serious accidents, including those that have taken lives. It will not be without its critics, to be sure, but I felt as minister, and our government felt, that there was compelling evidence that it would again help us get towards Vision Zero, our drive towards zero fatalities on our highways. And we also looked at the experience of Ontario, who implemented it more recently than British Columbia, and documented a 70% reduction in collisions in the Metro Toronto area, thanks to speed limiter technology. So that will be the law and required as of April 5th. We've also been working with the BC Trucking Association and the motor carrier industry to develop training materials, which provides guidance on the proper measurement of vehicle and load heights. Now, again, the professional driving force in this province, by and large, in its vast majority, knows how to do this, does it each and every day, is reminded of it in ministry-overseen permitting processes, should be checking those boxes many times over when filling out an order with a customer, when working with dispatch in a carrier's office, when working with a carrier management team before that truck ever gets on the road with an approved route, a twice at least measured load. There are digital tools that the province owns and offers freely to every single commercial truck driver and carrier in the province. They're available on Drive BC, easily accessed. In Metro Vancouver, that regional district also has a height measurement tool and a vehicle trip planning tool that knows the height of every overpass on our highway system and plans a trip accordingly. So I am not in any way accepting of any excuses as to why a collision could happen. But I do want to point out at this point in the debate, yes, we're bringing in strong deterrents, which we hope we never have to use. But we also do need to have, apparently, for some additional training material. And that will be multilingual, freely available. It already is available. It will be distributed using the licensing data of ICBC. We know who every Class 1 license holder is in the province. They will be contacted by mail. The BC Trucking Association will work with its array of employers around BC, and our ministry will as well in producing additional training materials. I do want to say in conclusion, there has been a lot of hard work, thoughtful ideas, some truckers wishing to testify or provide advice anonymously, having some fear that they may implicate others or their employer perhaps, some who have felt that they've been under considerable time pressures and stress that causes them some concern about how they do their job each and every day. And that is why we are having a thorough, comprehensive response. I know the bill details one specific aspect which does seem maybe on the surface to be draconian and heavy-handed. It is out of step with every other province in terms of the fine amounts and the provision for imprisonment. But as I said at an earlier junction in this debate, I will be most satisfied, and I think every member of this House would be most satisfied if it's never used. But I think we have come to the point where, having done a number of things, including the progressive enforcement tools that we legalized last year, and this is a very serious economic incentive against being involved in infrastructure crashes, because it allows the CVSE and the RCMP to ground an entire carrier's fleet while under investigation for days, weeks, perhaps even months, costing them untold amounts in commercial activity and revenue, and allows us to, in fact, withdraw their ability to do business in BC, which we have used now on one carrier that I think members might have an idea who I'm speaking of. Even with those tools, we still saw an additional overpass collision. So we can use that tool, progressive enforcement, on carriers who have been discovered to have grossly inadequate safety cultures in their companies, and we will. We can also hold accountable through these new measures that we hope will be adopted with the support of all sides of the House, the ability to hold drivers accountable who, despite all the training opportunities, all the tools available to them, just aren't getting it. And again, we have 40,000 Class 1 license holders in BC that are active, working on our road networks each and every day. About 3 million moves of commercial goods and service every month. 36 million truck movements approximately per year. So when you that puts it into perspective, Madam Speaker, that we're discussing 35 infrastructure crashes since December 2021 when we started collecting data, and tens and tens of millions of deliveries made safely. That's what this legislation intends to do, is pinpoint with laser precision on the few bad actors that remain in the industry that aren't getting the signals, to be able to pursue them through the justice system instead of with just roadside fines and enforcement, because clearly that hasn't been enough. And the last thing I want to say, in case it does come up today or in committee stage of the debate, we have done the proper consultation in developing and drafting this legislation, including a review of its compliance with DRIPA legislation. We did consult and cooperate with Indigenous people, including modern treaty nations and the Nisga'a, as we developed this legislation, and we've done an assessment as it relates to that bill. And I'm pleased to say that every community that we worked with provided very valuable advice, helped us think through these changes, and I think the province will be much safer and have much stronger deterrence tools going forward should the House approve, and I hope it is unanimously, the passage of Bill 10. And with that, Madam Speaker, I will take my place.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to be able to speak in this House and speak on Bill 10. I think it's a piece of legislation that obviously aims to enhance road safety accountability within our commercial transport sector. I've said it before, I'll say it again, it is never the wrong time to do the right thing, and I think that's important in this debate. It's an important piece of legislation, I think. The Minister referenced a couple things that I'll cite, and one is that we've had 35 strikes in the last number of years, right? Those strikes have happened the entirety that this minister has held the office of transportation, all within his watch. 35 strikes. So you would think after 1 strike, 2 strike, 3 strike, we might have to look at doing things differently in BC. I've done media, the minister has done media. The minister has stated before that he was very frustrated by the inadequate penalties that exist in our legislation, $500. We all agree in this House that that is laughable. Those conversations were taking place over a year ago. And again, this is an important, necessary piece of legislation. This is a one-page bill. And I'm not saying that it needs to be a 10-page bill, a 100-page bill. This is a one-page bill. And I think that if we're saying that we have 35 overpass strikes in the last number of years. And on the last session before an election, we now get around to bringing this legislation in? Right? What would that number be? Would the number be, well, we don't know, but would the number be 35 if the minister made this a priority last year, 2 years ago? And if we pass this legislation where the province had the tools, where after the 24th or the 25th or the 30th strike, he didn't have to go on radio and say, sorry, I'm handcuffed by the $500 maximum fine that I can give out. It's one page. Appreciate the consultation necessary. That's important. Not going to discredit that. That's important work. One page. Again, I actually was surprised by the numbers the minister threw out in terms of the cost to repair $1.8 million. I will find out in committee where which overpass that was. I referenced the one on Highway 99 in my colleague's riding. I would think that that's in the multiple of millions of dollars worth of damage. And not only that, and the minister referenced it, is the damage that it does to the economy. When truckers have to find different routes, right, which is adding to their fuel costs, it's adding to the labor costs, which is adding to emissions. Not to mention the fact, and we canvassed this yesterday, but we are way behind on our infrastructure. Talked about Highway 1 at length yesterday and the delays that we're seeing there. So now when we have important arteries in our system closed off because they've been struck by an oversized commercial vehicle, that puts strain on an already strained system. And again, there's Twitter accounts that exist to this, or how many days has BC gone with an overpass strike, and it's the only reason that is at all funny is because I don't know how in this province we got away with not having a fatality involved in one of these overpass strikes. And the minister referenced it, and I agree. I don't know. When you look at the damage that's been caused there, 35 times. 35 times, 35 strikes, and not one fatality. And I think that we're not always going to be that lucky. And I hope that this piece of legislation will reduce the number that we've seen. But we've also seen a scenario where, to be honest with you, the minister hasn't done his homework. And it's caused embarrassment, whether it's going out and dealing with one company and then figuring out that they can register in another province and be on the road. Like it's a loophole you can drive a truck through. And how do you not know that? Like how do you not? The Ministry of Transportation has amazing staff. So how does the minister not aware that that loophole exists? And how does he not advocate to close it for the safety of British Columbians? It's a failure. It's a failure in how he doesn't stand in this House 2 years ago. He's had the role of Minister of Transportation since 2020. 35 strikes on his watch. It's not a legacy I'd be very proud of. 1 strike, 2 strike, we can understand that. 35 under one minister. And now he gets around to tabling a 1-page bill, an important bill. An important bill. But I think that there is skepticism, he talks about the public, and I think the majority of the public understand the severity here because they've been stuck in traffic, they've been dealing with this. My colleague will speak to that momentarily, but it's had a dramatic effect on people. It's had an effect on the economy, the local economy. It's had an effect on their quality of life. And like I said, it's had an effect on almost every industry that we have in BC, particularly in the Lower Mainland. And particularly when we're not keeping up with the infrastructure upgrades that we need to be doing. A couple things puzzle me with this. Number one is the actual, the minister talks about the changes that are coming into the system, and I think those are important changes, and we've sat in this House and we've agreed on that. But when you look at the fact that, multiple times we've had bad actors in the system, and the minister's right, that is a minuscule number. But that number still exists, and that number can do substantial damage. And it's done that. It's done that. And I'm puzzled by the fact that, you know, you have somebody that sits in cabinet and says the same thing over and over again. Every single overpass strike, he says, well, you know what, a frustrating part for me is we're handcuffed by the legislation. Then change the legislation. And we're going to do that. Could have done that 3 years ago. Could have done that 2 years ago. Could have done it a year ago. Could have done it last fall. Right? The NDP party actually data mined off this issue. They did. They had paid ads on Facebook saying, British Columbians are tired of this. Are you too? Yeah. So they're actually getting information, email addresses from people on an issue that they failed to deal with. Like that's embarrassing, but it's pretty opportunistic as well. To say, hey, give us your information if you agree that maybe we should make this a priority. And now we're doing it? Great. But what we'll never know, but what is that number if we actually would have done this when maybe we hit 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 overpasses? Not 35. What is that number if we did this? Why didn't we do this? Was it different priorities? Probably wasn't BC Ferries, right? Like the challenge that we got here is a credibility issue, because it's not like the minister just came in, was appointed last month and said, okay, I need to deal with this. We got to make this a priority. He's been there for almost 4 years. And under his watch, we've had 35 strikes. I would say it's tens of millions of dollars of infrastructure damage, not even counting the cost to the economy. Could almost pay for our contribution to the FIFA games if you look at it that way. It won't be that much, but the challenge that we have here is that, again, the minister's late on an issue that is of utmost importance to British Columbians, and it's a pattern. Late on BC Ferries, late on Highway 1, and he's late on an issue that we are so lucky that has not caused a fatality in our province. And there's no excuse. There's none. We've asked this question in every single estimates. And I think the public should be asking, what have you been doing? Like, what are you doing? How can you not realize that this is a seismic issue that you've completely failed on? Madam Chair, the bill does need, and I think it can send a very direct message to the industry. And like I said, it's a small percentage of the industry that needs to hear that message, but it's an important one. And it's one where we look at, $100,000 to anybody in this house is a lot of money. But we're talking about the fact that in the multiple of millions of dollars of damage to the infrastructure that the taxpayers are responsible for. And I think that's the disconnect. That's the disconnect. We're going from $500 to potentially $100,000. I'm not arguing with that. I'm arguing with the timing. I'm arguing with the fact that we've seen this happen time and time again. And you know what? We've almost become numb to it. And that's not a good place to be. It's not a good place to be where you're seeing paid advertisements from a political party saying, hey, we agree that this is an issue, Give us your information. Oh, by the way, we're the ones that can actually deal with the issue. Is that why we're dealing with it today? Like, is that why we're dealing with it in the last, few weeks of a session prior to an election? Is that why we didn't deal with it in October of 2023, or the spring of 2023, or the fall of 2022, or the spring of 2022? I don't know. Won't get that answer in committee, but I think the public can come up with it themselves. So with that, Madam Speaker, I will take my seat. I look forward to the other speakers, and I look forward to canvassing this in committee.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the Minister of State for Infrastructure and Transit.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's wonderful to see you again and get the immense privilege of getting to speak in this chamber and actually speak in front of you as well. This is an incredibly important bill. We, like the minister and the member opposite said, since 2021, December 2021, we've had 35 recorded crashes into highway infrastructure by overheight vehicles. It's completely unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. I think both sides have spoke on that. The reason this is unacceptable is it's causing significant damage to our infrastructure that the people of BC have paid for, and are rightly quite upset that these crashes are happening. Besides that, it causes horrific traffic snarls when there is a crash. It basically will shut down pieces of infrastructure or highways, and people can't get home to and from work when that's happening. They can't take their children to soccer or hockey. I, as a young man, played hockey, so that's where my parents would have been driving me. And it also causes a severe disruption to our supply chain and hurts our economy, as the member opposite was pointing out. I will say one thing. Since December 2023, the ministry committed to taking tougher action against these crashes. And that action included higher fines for overheight vehicles, a requirement for dump-style vehicles to have in-cab warning devices to warn drivers when the dump body is raised, and the adoption of a new progressive enforcement framework and suspension policy that provides escalating penalties for carriers whose drivers commit repeat offences, adding longer suspensions and the possible loss of operating certificates. And I will point out to the member opposite, he went through quite the recitation, I guess, and was, saying that the minister hasn't taken action. He has taken action. If you've read the news, and I'm sure we all do, because we're up on public affairs, the minister has suspended the license of a trucking company that we all know, Chohan Trucking. And so the minister has taken action on this file and taken action against repeat offenders. Now, this bill is important because it gives the ministry more tools in order to combat these infrastructure crashes from overheight vehicles. I will say, the member opposite went through a litany of projects that he says are late. Well, I'll focus on one here. Highway 1. We canvassed that extensively yesterday. The member from Abbotsford West seemed quite satisfied with the answers and said it was a great project for the people of the Fraser Valley. And the scope of the project has changed. we had atmospheric river, or as the member from Abbotsford West pointed out, we call it the flood in the valley. And so that's delayed the project, as well as COVID. You know, the members on that side of the House never delivered on their commitments on Highway 1. And they didn't work to solve the increasing traffic problem in that region as our population grew. But we're doing that work, and we're doing this work on this bill. Bill 10. Look. I will occasionally give credit to the members opposite, but I won't do that today. But I will not do that today. As we've been discussing, there's no excuses for these overpass strikes. I went through the impact that they have. They delay commuters and affect the movement of goods. It's really a far-reaching impact. Families, businesses, and the economy suffer from these strikes. And drivers, we know professional drivers are required to know their load height. They're required to buy permits when they have an overheight load. This gives them a map for them to follow. I also like to add here is that most of our commercial truck drivers in British Columbia are amazing professionals, and they move goods around British Columbia in a safe, efficient manner. We have the largest port in Canada, the Port of Vancouver, and most of the goods that come in and out of that port do it by commercial truck on our highways. And so, but I just want to say that I am impressed with the professionalism of the truck drivers in this province. It's a very small few that are causing these crashes, and that's why this Bill 10 is important, adding more penalties to drivers that are negligent and aren't following the rules and aren't professional. So this needs to stop, and this was why these infrastructure strikes, need to stop. That's why we're making these changes to the Commercial Transport Act to introduce higher penalties for drivers involved in infrastructure crashes. I'll just say, infrastructure crashes have been happening for a long time. Yes, they've escalated in recent years, but I will say we're doing the work on this. The other side could have done work on infrastructure crashes because it definitely happened while they were in government, and they didn't. I mean, once again, I'm not going to give the opposition credit today. But it's these changes, will enable courts to impose fines of up to $100,000 to drivers. That's significant, very significant, and I think it'll be an immense deterrent. Or maximum imprisonment of up to 18 months jail time upon conviction, or both even. This is going to be an amazing deterrent, and I am thankful to the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure for bringing this bill forward, and I'm also grateful for being allowed to have the privilege to speak in this chamber about this bill. It's a good bill. I hope the members on the other side vote for it. I'm sure they will, because we really need to stop these infrastructure strikes. They're completely unacceptable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Delta South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to get to Bill 10, and I'm going to get to overpass strikes by overheight truckloads. But first, I want to talk about the George Massey Tunnel replacement and what's happening right now, or what's not happening right now. In 2017,
If the member can make sure that his comments relate to the bill, that would be appropriate.
In 2017, the bridge was about to be built and everything was ready to go. It's a disaster right now. We're talking infrastructure, we're talking highways, Mr. Speaker. I just want to briefly bring up an issue with the George Massey Tunnel. It's all over Facebook and social media in my area of Ladner-Tsawwassen, Delta South right now. Going through the George Massey Tunnel just recently, within about a week ago, there was no bollards or lane markers, and suddenly, literally within 48 hours, we've got lane markers going through the George Massey Tunnel, and people, it's total chaos. Suddenly it's taking an hour and a half to get through the tunnel, morning and night, to get to work, to get to medical appointments. And these bollards, they can bend over if a car was to touch them. But Mr. Speaker, what's happening is the Ministry of Transportation, the Highways Department people have put these bollards so that you actually have to stay in your lane, and there's exits into Ladner and Steveston that you can't even take at the time right now if you happen to be in the left lane and not the right lane. So I just want to bring that forward to ministry staff.
Is the member able to relate his comments to the legislation?
Absolutely.
Those kinds of comments would normally be related in an estimates process. So if you can make sure it relates to Bill 10, I'm more than happy to hear it.
Certainly, Mr. Speaker. This relates to Highway 17 and Highway 99 and the closure of the overpass right by exactly where I'm talking about, entering into the George Massey Tunnel and coming out of the George Massey Tunnel. But Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin by talking about Bill 10, the Commercial Transport Amendment Act. There have been 35 overpass crashes, as we've discussed, since late 2021, and I don't know of too many overheight crashes before this government started looking into this issue of overheight truck crashes into our overpasses. This includes 2 in my riding of Delta South, Mr. Speaker, Highway 99, and 1 at 112th Street overpass on Highway 99 in East Delta, heading towards White Rock and the Blaine border crossing. In addition to grinding traffic to a stop and severely inconveniencing the lives of more than 80,000 daily commuters on Highway 99, these strikes have also had a devastating impact on the local and regional economy. Highway 99 is the gateway to the Blaine border crossing, Tsawwassen BC Ferries Terminal, the YVR Airport, Delta Port Container Terminal, the largest container terminal in Western Canada. Imagine the inconvenience to the trucking industry moving containers to and from Delta Port Container Terminal with the overpass strike that happened not too long ago. These strikes have delayed the ability for goods movements and to and from these critical destinations. There has also been an adverse effect on local residents and businesses in my riding, Mr. Speaker. When the Highway 17A overpass was struck, residents on the north side of Highway 99 were separated from critical services like the Delta Hospital, doctors' offices, pharmacies, and grocery stores. Their only alternative was to drive through the aging and seismically unsafe Massey Tunnel, wait in line at the Steveston overpass, which is also undergoing substantial upgrades, and to double back through the tunnel into Ladner. So if I can explain this, when the overpass was struck, everyone to the east or north of the George Massey Tunnel, the River House Restaurant and Pub, the new casino that's been built, farmers with dairy farms, equestrian centers, Barnside Brewing, all of these were affected by people that actually couldn't get across the overpass anymore. They had to go into Steveston through the George Massey Tunnel, turn around and come back. If they wanted to get back to Ladner or Tsawwassen, they actually had to go to Richmond and turn around to be able to get back to Ladner or Tsawwassen. Now I want to talk about the 112th Street overpass heading on Highway 99 towards White Rock. That was hit a few months ago, and this is still hasn't been repaired, and it's severely going to hamper farmers who have come to me, because this is a very, very active overpass on 112th Street for farm vehicles wide loads, discs, plows, harvesters that have to go across, and right now it's down to only single lane alternating traffic to get over that overpass, and they're going to need absolutely both lanes. So I have talked to the ministry about how soon can we get going on the repairs to the 112th Street overpass in East Ladner. Mr. Speaker, in addition, local businesses in my riding have been impacted by the repair work, which has necessitated evening and weekend closures. Restaurants, breweries, and other businesses have been forced to reduce hours to try and stop the bleeding from the lack of customers when these repairs have taken place. And as I mentioned, the overhead strike at Highway 17 and at 99 affected, of course, the Primrose Restaurant, the River House, the Barnside, and as I said, farmers and equestrian centres as well. Now, don't get me wrong, Mr. Speaker, the repairs certainly are necessary and we need to move quickly on them. They should never have been needed in the first place. In December, the government increased fines for overpass strikes from $115, can you imagine? $115 to $575. So a trucking company would be fined $575 for likely $1 million worth of repairs to an overpass. Frankly, the previous increase was an embarrassment. $575 is a drop in the bucket compared to the cost of repair for these overpasses. For the companies responsible, a $575 fine, Mr. Speaker, is nothing more than the cost of doing business. That is why the public has been calling for stricter penalties for negligent drivers. Why has it taken so long to get to this legislation and getting serious with fines and punishment when there's been 35 overpass strikes by overheight trucks since 2021? Is it really fair that the trucking company should only be paid, fined $100,000? Now that sounds like a big figure, $100,000 and 18 months possibly in jail. But when you hit an overpass and there's easily $1 million worth of repairs to repair an overpass, even $100,000, Mr. Speaker, is almost part of the cost of doing business if you're a big trucking company. These changes are long overdue. In fact, it has been 50 years since the 1970s since this legislation was amended. In the last 50 years, trucks have gotten a lot bigger and oversized loads have continued to grow in size and frequency. The reality is many of our highways and overpasses were not built to accommodate the size of the trucks and the loads we are seeing in our region today. Many overpasses are built to previous standards, commonly 4.7 meters, when today's standard is closer to 5.2 meters or higher. And I must say, over the years under different governments, including our government, I'm almost surprised that as we drive the highways and we come to an overpass, we've all seen where we look up and there's a little yellow sign that says 4.7 meters, 4.9 meters, 5.2 meters. They're all over the map, and I keep thinking, why isn't it over the years we've come to a standardized height so that everybody building a new overpass in this province has to adhere to a proper height of 5.8 or 6 meters so that we can guarantee that these overpasses are not going to be too low for trucks going by. The reality is many of our highways and overpasses were not built to accommodate the size of the trucks and the loads we're seeing in our region today. Now, please don't get me wrong, the responsibility for these strikes always rests primarily with the drivers and the companies they work for. There is simply no excuse for this type of negligence on BC highways. But moving forward, we need to have a conversation about the size and height of our overpasses and ensure that we are building to modern standards to accommodate modern needs. To the best of our ability, we need to standardize the heights of our overpasses, provide clear and adequate signage on highways, and look at creative early warning solutions. Mr. Speaker, the BC Truckers Association has called on the government to look to an example in Alberta, a province that is leading Western Canada in installing warning systems and designing highways to accommodate overheight truck loads. The province began installing early warning systems more than a decade ago, as Alberta has large equipment and installations trucked in for wind farms, construction, oil fields and forestry. Early warning systems can be installed inexpensively at a massive scale. Every accident avoided through education, enforcement and detection saves millions of dollars in repairs and impact to the local and regional economy. While I support these new stricter measures, I am calling on the government to explore additional creative measures that can be taken to dramatically reduce the number of overpasses strikes in this province. With over 35 strikes since 2021, we simply cannot allow this pattern of behavior to continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Seeing no further speakers, does the minister wish to move second reading?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the members who took part in the debate this afternoon. This is action that was taken in Bill 10 that follows up on a number of steps that we've talked about before to make the trucking industry safer. It was not government acting alone. There are a number of people that deserve our thanks, not only for the clauses contained in Bill 10, but in the development of something unique to British Columbia, which is the progressive enforcement system that we put into place last year. We have also, outside of this bill, taken a number of other steps to request that with Canada's growth and the volume of interprovincial trade and movement of goods between different jurisdictions, that we have a national enforcement regime that prevents so-called chameleon carriers who are suspended or prohibited from doing business in one jurisdiction from opening up shop in a virtually identical corporate structure in another province. And I hope to have some news on that in the near future. But we have secured buy-in from all of the provinces and territories and the minister responsible for Transport Canada to do that, to take a more active role, and perhaps to replicate some of the features that we see in the United States as in their safety certificate regime for interstate commerce. Some of the people that I wish to thank for the focus that they provided over the last 18 months on overpass crashes include Dave Earle, the President and CEO of the BC Trucking Association. Also want to thank the West Coast Trucking Association for their comments. I mentioned a number of drivers who came before the ministry anonymously to provide their feedback and concerns, including drivers who have lost significant time and income by the carelessness of others in their industry, wanting them to be singled out so the reputational damage of truck drivers overall in BC does not suffer because as it has been mentioned, I think thoughtfully in the debate this afternoon, we are trying to make this a very surgical, laser-focused bill to bring into effect the ability to prosecute in a court of law erratic, dangerous, reckless behavior that leads to crashes of significance and perhaps even worse circumstances for other individuals that happen to be using a highway at the time of a crash. And our goal is to enhance the deterrent value that Bill 10 will provide. It will send out a message, it already is, and it will support all of the safety measures that government with industry has taken in recent years. I've mentioned some of them around speed limiter technology coming into effect April 4th to reduce crashes related to excessive speeding on our highways. I've mentioned the legal requirement to have functioning in-cab warning devices for dump-style vehicles if they're in a raised position. These steps all taken together have been and will make a difference, but Bill 10, most significantly, I think, will provide additional tools. And I think it would be appropriate before we close second reading debate to also recognize the commercial vehicle safety enforcement staff who work on our highways, work at truck weigh stations, work in mobile units to enforce safe practices each and every day in all manners of weather across the regions of this province and do an incredible job. They've dedicated their lives, their careers, and utilize the resources of government to keep our highways safe each and every day, and they deserve our thanks. There are also many ministry staff who've worked behind the scenes to support the changes we're considering today and the ones that have already been put in effect, who also deserve our thanks, including legal counsel and the Ministry of Attorney General, to make sure that Bill 10 is proper legislation that can be utilized and supported should it ever be brought before a court of law. And those members of legal counsel have done a good job to do that. A couple of things worth correcting, I think, in debate, and one of them is from the member for Delta South, who I think should compare what BC is doing today and when we get through to Royal Assent with other jurisdictions, because overpass crashes are not unique to British Columbia. And they're not unique to 2021 forward. These have been happening for a long time. What happened in 2021 is we started collecting data on them. They most certainly occurred in previous decades. There's no question about that. But we take any and all manner of steps to provide enforcement, including the recovery of costs for damage-related bills that come due to repair our infrastructure. We do that through the ministry's claims unit. The recovery rate is generally good. The responsible party, once identified and is in province through the process. It is a lengthy process, or can be, and the recovery rate can be significant, and that will be in addition, that will continue to be pursued in addition to fines that could now go from what was $100 raised to $500 in a roadside violation to a court-enforced $100,000 fine, which is a massive economic message to any carrier that safety pays huge dividends now in BC, and unsafe practices bring upon them, or could bring upon them, significant economic costs. I will also go back to the progressive enforcement tool, because I think this was, prior to Bill 10, one of the most significant things done for decades in BC, the ability to ground a carrier's entire fleet when the investigation uncovers unsafe practices that is beyond just the vehicle and driver involved in an overpass crash, that it is fleet-wide. And we have used that to suspend businesses from operating until they come up with a safety plan. And we have had some carriers that come up with a safety plan and don't abide by it. I mentioned earlier in debate that operating a large vehicle, commercial truck, transporting goods that are part of our supply chain, the lifeblood of our economy, we should thank those truckers each and every day. They've urged us to go forward. We're doing that. But we also want, in fairness, to go after the bad actors, Mr. Speaker. And Bill 10 does exactly that. And with that, I will close debate and look forward to committee stage.
Members, the Minister just closed second reading of Bill number 10, Commercial Transport Amendment Act 2024. Those in favour of the Act? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Minister of Transportation.
I move that we consider third reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
Moving that the bill be committed to the Committee of the Whole House at the next sitting, is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. So, all right, I understand that. Members, was that clear? All those in favour? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call a Committee of the Whole on Bill 8.
Thank you, Minister. We will take a short recess to ensure the appropriate parties are here. For everyone watching at home, Bill number 8 at the Gwai Legacy Trust Winding Up Act. We are moving into committee on that act. We are in recess. Okay, members, I'd like to call the committee back to order. We are here to look at Bill 8, at League-wide Legacy Trust Winding Up Act. And would the minister like to make an introduction, introduce the staff, or we'll just dive right in? Okay. On Clause 1, member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Chair, and if the minister, I'll welcome the minister's staff that's here. I'm sure he'll acknowledge them when he gets up, but I do appreciate their time, and it won't be a lot of time. Maybe first, I'll acknowledge and thank the ministers responsible for this, for the briefing that I got. It's a pretty straightforward bill. I think the minister would have heard through commentary, through second reading on that as well. But just a few clarifications. Some of the questions I asked through the briefing, I think it'll just be important to get a few things on the record just for answered, I guess, more or less, as we go through the process. So it's my understanding as we went through this, so it was $24 million was the original investment back in 1988, if I remember, or back, yeah, I think it was 88, through the original trust that was set up. It is my understanding, if I understood correctly through the briefing, that original money that was set up in the trust was equally shared and contributed from the provincial government and federal government. So quick math on 24 would be $12 million each. Can we just get that confirmation, please?
Minister.
I'd like to thank the member and just briefly introduce the staff here. I've got Ariel Taylor and Brendan Hodge, as well as Jeff Sheldrake from the Ministry of Forests with me, and they're an excellent team. And to answer the member's question, yes.
Member. And can we just say what the trust valuation is at now then? If it was originally at 24, we're talking 40 years ago. I believe I was given a number, but I'll let the minister answer what we're at now.
Minister.
As of the September 2023 financial statement, it's valued at $59.2 million.
Member. Do we have any recollection or, I guess, documentation showing how much of the original $24 million was let out in grants? I do understand that there was some challenges, I guess, in dispersing a lot of the money through the original terms of reference, which is why we're looking at changing that and looking for opportunities. But do we have, of the original $24 million, how much of that actually went out in grants or opportunities through that trust?
Minister of State for Forest Innovation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And so just confirming or conferring with the team here, there doesn't appear to be, it doesn't appear to have been funds spent definitely within the last decade, potentially at all. Financial statements for the trust are available online going back to the beginning, but I'm also happy to have the team follow up with the member on this later if he wishes.
Member. Yeah, thank you. I don't need to spend too much time on that one. It was more of a curiosity. I sat on the Northern Development Board for quite a few years. so understand how some of these trusts, how they were set up and how the disbursement of funds works. So it was more of a curiosity of how, through the commentary I've heard, not only through the briefing, but through Minister's comments as well, the original terms and the original setup was not working under the goals that were intended, which is why we're looking at a piece of legislation here to try to make it more suitable. So I don't want to take away from the staff's busy time from my morbid curiosity, if nothing else. But if, from what I understand though, going forward, the whole intent obviously is to try to, as we've talked about in second reading, and I've heard some of the commentary, to get to a place where we have an opportunity to disperse funds, to have economic opportunity, to look at some projects that would be suitable for the funds. So maybe the minister can just spend just a few moments to, just for the House, for the record, to talk about that and say, what kind of projects do we see as viable projects? I understand it'll be in the hands of the trust, but I'll ask another question on that in a minute. But what kind of projects are we looking at that will be benefiting? What kind of jobs will be created? And through that, ask a similar or continuation question on this is, with the funds, if we have almost 60 million, I believe the intent will be to operate on the annual interest generated rather than dipping into the capital. So maybe we can just confirm some of those comments at the same time.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. So on the question of whether or not it's intended to be operated as an endowment, the answer is yes. And there's been significant engagement with the community by the trust on the uses of the funds. And so the types of investments they would be looking at and have indicated they'd be looking at would be things like renewable energy, skills training investments, and transportation.
Member.
Have we already seen examples then of some opportunities that have come forward? I'm assuming through the discussion of moving into this new model, it's not just because the funds weren't being spent, but it was because there's obviously a need out there. We don't want to see this money sitting there if there's opportunities to help, but I'm assuming there was already some possible projects, some possible ideas that maybe have been brought forward that would fit into this. And if so, through that, maybe through the minister's commentary, he can also explain, just for the record, how the decision-making process will be done on what projects or ideas brought forward will be approved, or maybe somehow they won't be approved. There must be terms of reference around how those projects will be looked at by the new committee that will be set up for this trust.
Minister.
Funds will be governed by the board, and there will be determinations by the board on particular projects and particular applications of the projects.
Member.
So with that, is there any in the interim? Never ask a question you already don't know the answer to. Is there in the interim then some oversight from government on determining that? Of course, it's great. We have, I'm assuming, going to have some very well-intentioned and professional people that will be involved with this going forward on those determinations of projects. In the short term, though, is there government oversight? I believe the term is protector, in order to determine and kind of watch how that process is taking place for the use of these funds.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the members. So the answer to that is that there's a tripartite agreement between Canada, the province of British Columbia, and the Gwaii Trust Society setting out governance for the use of the funds, which includes provisions for transparency and a complaints process, although the disposition itself is properly with the trust.
Shall Clause 1 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 2 pass? Aye. So ordered. Member for Peace River South on Clause 3.
Just a very quick question here. When I'm reading in Clause 3, it's talking about the remaining debts and liabilities. Through the briefing, I didn't get the information, and nor did I ask, in all fairness, but are there a lot of concerns around this? Are there a lot of debts and liability of the Legacy Trust that are going to be transferred, or is this more of a technical portion that needed to be added to the bill from a liability perspective to the original trust? I'm just curious because the way it's worded, we do talk about all the debts and the liabilities. Obviously, there's money in the bank account. There's funds being transferred from the Legacy Trust to the new trust through this act. But when we talk about liabilities, I'm just curious what kind of liabilities there may be.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the government doesn't have specific knowledge of particular debts and liabilities of the trust, but the intent of this provision is to ensure that any outstanding debts and liabilities are transferred and recoverable from the same property.
Shall Clause 3 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 4 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall the title pass? Aye. So ordered. Minister.
I move that the committee rise and report the bill complete without amendment.
Members have heard the question. All those in favour? Aye. Opposed? Carried. This committee is adjourned.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Committee reports Bill 8 complete without amendment.
When shall the bill be read a third time, Government House Leader?
Now, Mr. Speaker.
Members, the question is third reading of Bill 8, Athlete Gwaii Legacy Trust Winding Up Act. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Bill 8, Athlete Gwaii Legacy Trust Winding Up Act has been read third time and has passed. Government House Leader. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call Committee of Supply, Emergency Management, and Climate Readiness.
Committee Chair.
All right, is the minister ready to go? we can wait. I see you online, so I'm not sure. I'll inquire.
We are ready to go, Chair. Thank you.
Excellent. Glad to hear it. And our critic is here as well. Is there any opening remarks the Minister would like to make?
Yes, Chair. So I want to start by acknowledging that I'm coming to you live today from the territory of the Musqueam and Squamish and Tsleil-Waututh, and that this is not a usual way for ministers to participate in debates and estimates. So acknowledging the comments of the member for Kamloops South Thompson earlier today in response to motion 22 regarding the adoption of a hybrid house, I want to emphasize that my preference would certainly be to be as minister participating in person in Victoria, if not for the needs of my infant, for me to limit travel while she is still very young. So I want to thank my colleagues and staff for accommodating this virtual participation, with special mention to my critic, the member for Caribou-Chilcotin, for his understanding and support of my continued participation, not just right now, but also through my late pregnancy and now with a young child, which of course speaks to the incredible value and importance of the virtual option for enabling greater democratic participation from elected representatives from a wide variety of life circumstances, including mothers of young children. So thank you so much to my colleagues and the critic for that. I am joined here with me by staff from the Ministry of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness. Grateful to them and all the people in the ministry for their expertise and dedication to this work. So here in the Vancouver Cabinet offices, I'm joined by Tara Richards, Deputy Minister, Madeleine Maley, Assistant Deputy Minister for Regional Operations, Jennifer McGuire, Assistant Deputy Minister for Disaster Recovery. We're also joined by staff who are supporting from Victoria, Alex Chandler, Assistant Deputy Minister and Executive Financial Officer, Catherine Forge, Assistant Deputy Minister for Disaster Risk Reduction, Monica Cox, Assistant Deputy Minister, Partnerships, Engagement and Legislation, Keith Preston, Executive Director for Policy and Legislation, Peter Brock, Executive Director for Regional Operations, and I don't see her on the screen, but I believe Chrissy Oliver, Executive Director for Provincial Response Programs, is also here as well. As members will know, this has been a challenging year, and I really want to emphasize the immense contributions of the people here today, as well as many other public servants in EMCR, but also across government, who have stepped up in the face of incredibly challenging circumstances. Their expertise, their knowledge, their compassion and tireless work have served British Columbians well, and I know we all owe a world of thanks. Since the creation of EMCR, we've been working flat out to improve the way that emergency management is delivered in this province. And I'm glad to see that this work has been recognized as a priority in Budget 2024. Budget 2024 takes on the big challenges that people are facing today by making investments to secure a bright future for people and their families. And we know that people are worried about the escalating impacts of climate emergencies, including longer, more severe wildfire seasons, more frequent flooding events, extreme temperatures, and more. Our government is spending $405 million over 4 years to bolster the province's capacity to prepare for and better respond to climate emergencies. This includes better supporting evacuees, improving wildfire prevention and response, enhancing drought resiliency, and reducing the risk of flooding, for instance, by providing $77 million to Abbotsford for upgrades to the Barrowtown pump station so that the Sumas Prairie is better protected from future flood events. This is our ministry's second budget as a new ministry, and it demonstrates our government's commitment and the province's commitment to climate readiness and all phases of emergency management. My ministry and the Ministry of Forests have been working closely with the Premier's expert task force on emergencies to apply lessons learned from previous emergencies and to understand how we can collectively better support evacuees and those on the front lines ahead of the 2024 wildfire season. As people will notice, we've already begun to turn feedback from the task force into action. So as an example, BC Wildfire Service has expanded First Nations training, boot camps, and extended the hiring period for new recruits. I know that questions related to the BC Wildfire Service have likely already been canvassed through the estimates debate for the Ministry of Forests. We know, though, that there's more to do. and will be taking action so that people and communities are better protected and supported in future emergencies. Our focus is and always will be on keeping people and communities safe from emergencies, and that includes improving our work across all 4 phases of emergency management. So that's mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. I know that there will likely be a lot of questions. There's lots more to say, but I do want to keep my opening remarks briefer than they might otherwise be if I went on and on. So thank you in advance to the critics and members for your interest and your questions. Thank you to all the staff who will be supporting the debate today and the Hansard team for making this hybrid model possible. And looking forward to the process of diving into the estimates, the debate on the budget for the Ministry of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness.
Thanks to the Minister for Emergency Management and Climate Readiness. I will need you to move the vote 21, before we get into the committee stage where we ask questions about those votes. It should be in the chat if you don't have it right in front of you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $79 million, be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $79,047,000 be granted to His Majesty to defray the expenses of Ministry of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness Ministry operations to the 31st of March 2025.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the member for Caribou-Chilcotin.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Minister. I appreciate the comments that you've just made, and certainly have just a couple of comments to make myself before we get underway here. But I do want to thank you and your staff, of course, for the work that they do throughout the year, but particularly for the briefing that we had last week. And I think probably it's a great way to sort of inform both sides of what the conversation might look like for the next few hours in this chamber. I want to start, I think, just with some general questions about sort of our preparedness as a province. Certainly, I want to get a bit of a sense of what insight the minister may have with respect to our situation, which I'll clear up in a second, just with respect to a number of different emergencies that we may face in the coming months. But also, I do want to spend a fair amount of time talking about DFA and just better understanding that process. The minister and I have had, Chair, a number of conversations about this, and I think that there's so many areas throughout our province that really are reeling from disasters that have happened over the last number of years. So I think this is a real important cog in our wheel, I guess, in EMCR, and I really think that residents of British Columbia need a little bit more clarity on this, and I think communities too. So I do have a number of questions, as I alluded to in the briefing, around that. And I do expect that a number of my colleagues probably will ask some questions in the latter part of our conversation, which will likely happen tomorrow. But we'll save that for today. We don't have a lot of time today, as I've been told by the chair. So I'd like to start with that exact spot, Minister, if through the chair to you, if we could talk just about what you know that we may face. Now, I know that's a difficult question, and I've been told in the Caribou that only fools and newcomers will try to protect those kinds of things. So I know it's a big order, but I do know that our snowpacks are low. I'm very concerned in many of areas throughout our province with respect to that. And actually, we heard earlier today in forestry estimates that there are some fires already burning or held over from last year. So I'm just wondering if I could get a bit of an understanding of where the minister feels we might be this year.
Minister, if this works for you, Minister, when you turn your head and face the screen, I will acknowledge you. Okay. Oh, I think we're still on mute, Minister. There we go.
If it's all right, Chair, I can also raise my hand for you too.
Whatever works best for you. Yep.
I have a screen directly behind you, so I may actually look at staff directly behind you, and it will appear as though I'm looking at you. So thank you so much to the critic for that question. Certainly, that is a question that I know that everybody is interested in. Certainly, we are very interested in that question as well. It is too early for us to be able to accurately predict what the summer will look like, but we do know that there are a number of factors that will impact the kind of wildfire season that we will have. And one of those factors is how much precipitation we have throughout summer, and also the drought outlook. So unfortunately, we also cannot predict drought into the summer right now, because much of it depends on snow and rain conditions now through spring and summer. But certainly there are early indicators coming from experts within the Ministry of Water, Lands and Resource Stewardship. So that's the River Forecast Centre, working with information from Environment Canada and so forth, that show us that the average provincial snowpack for this time of year is well below normal. It is about 66% of normal, tied for the second lowest on record. So that gives us a lot of reason to be on heightened alert for what we might see in the summer. I will say as well that we are beginning updates and beginning our seasonal preparedness updates, not only for media and the public, but for mayors and chairs, chiefs and leaders of First Nations and MLAs as well. And we will be beginning those press conferences and updates to partners well in advance of the timing that we would normally have. So we're actually beginning these updates over a month early, with the first one sometime next week. And certainly, like we did in the previous year in 2023, we will be providing those kinds of technical updates to MLAs as well from all sides of the House.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister. My question, I guess, and again, I can appreciate that this is difficult. I guess, Chair, I was hoping to get a sense of the Minister's level of preparedness with respect to any sort of catastrophe that we might have, and noting that it's difficult to predict the weather, noting that it's difficult to predict what may be around the corner. I'm wondering if the Minister, Chair, could convey to me our level of preparedness and how the Minister does manage to be ready for what might be coming.
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. So we've been building our preparedness posture since last year's season, and really working on our ability to be ready for whatever may come. Certainly, the province made the decision with the creation of the Ministry of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness to grow our year-round capacity to be able to support communities in preparing for disasters and mitigating the impacts of disasters before they happen. So we've already been shifting from a response focus approach that existed when the province was served by EMBC, Emergency Management BC, within the Ministry of Public Safety and Solicitor General, to a 4-phase approach, which includes a significant focus on preparedness for disasters ahead of the season. So that means that, and you can see that in the budgets, 2023 and 2024 invests in that year-round capacity that enables us to do work off-season in preparation for that season. We've also been working very closely with the BC Wildfire Service through the Ministry of Forests to improve their preparedness posture, improve their year-round capacity to be able to do the work that has to be done during the off-season to reduce the risk of potential disasters during the season. We've been working with ministry partners in the Ministry of Waterlands, Resource Stewardship, particularly around the issue of drought. They've done a significant amount of work there, and I know that there will likely be valuable questions raised during their estimates debate as well. This is the second year for the ministry, and we have divisions that we have been growing since its creation about 15 months ago around not just response, like I said, but preparedness, planning, working with communities on that kind of that preparedness and understanding the risks ahead. We will be hosting hazard prep calls with emergency management practitioners from local governments like municipalities, regional districts, First Nations, right across the entire province. We will be beginning those hazard season prep calls earlier than normal as well, to make sure that as we develop as we are receiving information from the experts, as we are developing forecasts and have a better idea of what to anticipate, that information is being immediately shared with partners so that they can also improve their readiness as well.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Minister. The Minister just mentioned, Chair, some valuable work that's being done with respect to drought. I just wondered if the Minister could clarify what that work is.
Minister.
Sorry, we just had a little bit of feedback here. Thank you so much. So the Ministry of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship, they are the lead ministry on drought response. So I understand that their estimates debate will be coming up afterwards. And if there are further questions about the work that they are doing there, that would be the best place for those questions. However, I'm happy to provide a preliminary response and also provide a response on the role that EMCR plays in this area. EMCR has been working closely with Water, Land, Resource Stewardship and other partner ministries to ensure that communities and the public are aware of current drought conditions, and that efforts will be required to conserve water. There will be communications with communities to encourage them to really take very seriously, even more seriously than we asked them to take last year, the possibility of water conservation measures earlier in the season if drought conditions are going to be likely there. And of course, drought conditions are not consistent and the same throughout the entire province. It really depends very much on the region that the community exists in, the type of like the water basin that they rely on, the system, whether how their aquifers work, whether they're on well water, whether they require or whether they depend on the word is escaping me, I apologize, but it does depend on the community very much. That being said, the province does also assist communities with their water scarcity response planning. And our ministry is including drought as a key topic for seasonal hazard preparedness sessions that we are having. So the hazard prep sessions that I referred to earlier, drought will be a significant topic there. If a community would like to discuss drought preparedness planning or requires assistance, EMCR regional offices are available to work with them to talk about eligibility for livestock feed, support drinking water plans. We also work with them to transport alternate drinking water or coordinate local authority mutual aid if a drought situation gets to the very extreme level that access to potable water becomes a concern for a community. I will say that is a very acute state of drought for a community, whereas there continue to be broader drought concerns, even if a community doesn't make it to that place, because widespread drought can have an impact on the community's economy, businesses, industry, and certainly wildlife and ecology as well. Watersheds can be impacted at a much broader level than can be supported by the transportation of potable water, as an example. Our ministry's drought mandate is outlined in the British Columbia Drought and Water Scarcity Response Plans. And from that, our ministry's responsibility includes the provision of advice and historical context of response activities in regions related to the loss of supply, like potable water or impacts on firefighting. We provide support to local authorities and First Nations during an emergency response activity. So that could include critical loss of access to potable water for people. We also support provincial emergency response coordination, including the activation of provincial and regional emergency operations centers. But for more detailed questions on the work that government is doing on drought beyond that, we'll have to refer the member to Water, Land and Resource Stewardship. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair. With respect to potable water, I'm glad that the Minister touched on that, Chair. I'm just wondering, is the Ministry involved right now anywhere in British Columbia where we do have communities that are without potable water?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Certainly through the last year, we have had some communities that have required support from EMCR, from my ministry, to transport potable water or import potable water from other areas of the region or transfer them within their region, including some communities in the Sunshine Coast, some communities up north, some communities within Vancouver Island. I will also note, however, that even outside of the drought conditions that we have seen over the last year, it actually isn't uncommon for communities to require that kind of support on occasion. It hasn't been a lot of communities, but it does certainly happen.
Member.
Thanks, Chair. Maybe I'll just try one more time on that. I just wondered if there are any communities currently facing that water shortage.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So we are not currently aware of any communities that are being supported with potable water, like the transportation of potable water through my ministry, although we are engaged with communities, for instance, like McBride, to ensure that we're on top of their needs. That being said, the provision of these kinds of supports is it's handled at an operational level, and communities do intermittently require that kind of support. And so if the member would allow us, we'd like to actually take a bit of time to validate that there aren't any current communities on potable water supports and get back to the member. But we are not, at this time, we're not aware of it, but we want to be able to check with some operational level staff throughout the province to see if anything has changed in recent hours or days.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Yeah, I think more than anything, Minister, I was just very interested in knowing, because I have talked to a number of communities that are close. There's certainly concern that they may be facing those water shortages. So it's great to know that the ministry is ready to respond in that case. Back to our level of preparedness, I wanted to talk a little bit about ESS and just get a better understanding of operations that may be active right now. We did talk a little bit about this in the briefing last week. ESS is an amazing group of people, certainly in my riding, Dave Dixon and Eva Navro, Liz Jones. I mean, I'm sure that there's hundreds of people that could be named, but they're certainly amazing folks in Caribou-Chilcotin that do this work. I'm just wondering, do we have ESS operational right now? What does that look like for the coming year? And I wondered if I could get a sense of how many people are involved in that organization throughout the province, and also a rough cost. So I know there's a few questions in there, but a rough cost as to what might be projected for the coming year with respect to that cost. But I would settle for what it cost last year, knowing that it's hard to predict.
Minister.
Thank you so much. So emergency support services are actually active 365 days a year. We activate it as required. I know that emergency support services is a program that is most often associated with wildfire evacuations and floods and large natural disasters, but they're actually also used for other emergencies experienced by communities. So for instance, when there is an apartment fire and hundreds or people are evacuated from a building for a few nights or maybe even weeks, we actually do activate emergency support services for that as well. And for to provide a bit of context, oh, right, so I thought that I had that number. Emergency support services are actually activated hundreds of times every year. In 2023, there were about 17 by our count, 17,684 emergency support service recipients that received supports through the digitized tool. That number doesn't include paper registrations and referrals, which would be on top of that. In 2022, however, the number of emergency support services recipients was just over 6,000. In 2021, it was almost 35,000. So it does vary significantly each year depending on what is happening. The amount of what it cost in 2023 was about $2.6 million. So that's how much money was e-transferred to recipients. It wouldn't be the total cost of delivering the program, but rather that is how much cash was e-transferred to recipients through the program. It is difficult to provide a number of, a number of personnel that is involved in delivering the program because emergency support services volunteers are recruited and trained are recruited and retained by local governments. And so we don't have the consolidated numbers from every single local government that delivers emergency support services. However, I can share that we have been expanding the number of emergency support services specialists within the ministry. We now have 16 people who are emergency support services specialists. So those are people who we can actually deploy into communities to support local governments in their delivery of those services. And part of the reason why we've expanded the number of specialists is from our learnings from the 2023 wildfire season. Also, based on what we learned through the 2023 wildfire season, we are making improvements to emergency support services training. We're streamlining it so that more volunteers can get involved, removing some of the barriers that prevent communities from being able to surge up on volunteers. And we're also intending to make process improvements based on what happened in 2023 so that we're in a better position to serve communities in 2024. Now, Chair, I regret having to ask this, but we started a little bit late. Would it be possible to have a break so that I can feed Azalea? I can hear her screaming for food.
Could the minister indicate how many minutes she thinks that the break would be?
I think 15 minutes. That'd be all right.
Okay, we'll take a 15-minute break.
All right. Sorry about that, team. And I forgot to
We'll call the committee back to order. Member for Caribou-Chilcotin.
Thank you, Chair. And just want to follow up on a couple of the comments that the minister made prior to the break. And that was that the minister referred to 16 people and $2.6 million roughly transferred in, I guess, support funds. One, I wanted to confirm if those 16 people, where roughly they are sort of placed throughout the province, if they're all here or Vancouver, or if they are actually scattered throughout the province. And then the other thing that I wanted to confirm was that under financial assistance, we have a budget number of $6.4 million. I'm wondering if that's where we would find that 2.6, and if so, what would be the balance of that number?
Recognizing the Minister of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness.
All right, thank you so much, Chair. So I want to provide greater clarity to the figure that I provided earlier, the 2.6 million that I cited was only for cash transferred through e-transfers to emergency support services recipients. And the reason why that's available to us right now for the 2023 to 2024 fiscal year is because that amount is because it's done electronically, it's automatic for us. The rest of the supports that we provide through emergency support services will also be through vouchers, the paper system, which can take a while for it to actually be reconciled. Communities will also submit for reimbursement for other costs like hotel costs and so forth. We can also, and those costs are not included in the 2.6 million. The aggregated costs for the delivery of the emergency support services program for 2023-2024 is not yet available. But for the purposes of responding to the member's question, I can provide previous years which have been consolidated. And so in 2021 to 2022 fiscal year, emergency support services, it cost $29 million to deliver. And that year was the year that we had nearly 35,000 people receive emergency support services. In fiscal year, although it doesn't quite align with the fiscal year, so it doesn't because counting calendar year versus fiscal year. And then in 2022, we saw about just over 6,100 emergency support services recipients, and the cost to the province in fiscal year 2022 to 2023 was $7.5 million. And so to the member's question about the $6.4 million shown in 2022 to 2023 under the estimates document, it's described as financial assistance. That's actually for disaster financial assistance. It is the base cost that is included in the ministry budget for delivery of financial assistance. And of course, disaster financial assistance is often costs more than 6.4. Emergency support services, the delivery of that program is built into the line item above it, which is $30 million, which is Emergency and Disaster Management Act. Now, when in a year when the cost for the delivery of disaster financial assistance or emergency support services exceeds what is provided in this vote, that is where statutory spending authority comes in. And so it is safe to say we have exceeded what is provided for in here, and that's why we have the stat vote, which allows us to provide those services above and beyond what is budgeted for through these base costs. To the member's question about the 16 emergency support services specialists that exist within the Ministry of EMCR, they are distributed throughout the province. So there are members in the north, in the interior, on the island, and the lower mainland, and they are, of course, deployed to whatever community that they are needed in.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. The minister likely can't see that there are a number of people that are going to probably bring our conversation to an abrupt end here, so I will just ask one quick question, potentially two. With respect to the number of 6.4 million, if I understood correctly, that was DFA. Was that paid out to municipalities and residents? Is that a combination of both of those parties?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So I have a response and a correction to make, correction on myself. So the 6.42 million is for DFA payments to both communities and individuals. So that's both the public and the private program. However, the correction that I have to make on the statement I said earlier is that exceeding this amount, if a DFA program costs exceed this amount, it is not paid for through stat appropriation. That is only for emergency support services and response costs. Whereas the legislation is actually quite clear for disaster financial assistance. If it exceeds the amount in the budget, it must be paid for through a statutory, through a voted appropriation. So my apologies there. I lumped both of them together into the stat vote. The stat vote is actually limited to emergency support services and response costs, not the DFA program. And I understand that we are likely out of time. And there is probably a motion that I have to make to end, and I'm hoping somebody will send it to me through the chat.
I think we have time for one more question.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Let's continue on then.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. If the Minister, Chair, could clear up that 6.4 number. Now I understand it to be just DFA. I wonder how much of those funds went to municipalities rather than residents.
Member?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to just clarify my question for the Minister. I can appreciate that this is obviously a budgeted number. I guess what I'm trying really to understand is how much of this DFA funding is, a lot, I guess. I'm not sure what the number was last year, and I can appreciate that this is a budgeted number. I'm trying to understand what percentage, I suppose, is actually making its way to our residents rather than just municipalities.
Minister.
If the member would allow us, we'd like to take on notice the question about the split between how much money goes to the community versus residents. What I can provide today is how much the aggregate expenditure for disaster financial assistance has been for this year and previous fiscal years. So for the year 2021 to 2022, disaster financial assistance program cost the province 3.6 million. In 22 to 23, cost the province 34.6 million. And in 23 to 24, it will cost the province $8.5 million. And we will have an additional response for the member on his specific question about the split between private and public streams when we resume.
Thank you, Minister. I do believe you have the motion.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the clerk's table for assisting with providing the motion. I move that Committee of Supply, Section B, report progress on the estimates of the Ministry of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness and seek leave to sit again.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion is carried. This committee is adjourned.
Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supply, Section B, reports progress on the estimates of the Ministry of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting, Speaker.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
Honourable Speaker, Committee of Supply Section A reports progress on the estimates of the Ministry of Forests and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again?
Next sitting, Speaker.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supply Section C reports resolution and completion of the estimates of the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and reports progress on the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change strategy and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting, Speaker.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Members, you heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.